Chapter 3409. What? Why, you're the true disciple of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Although Mu Yi was in pain, she was still shocked by Elder Hua's words. She stared at Duan Lingtian as though she was in a daze. After a while, Mu Yi felt her soul was about to collapse. She cried out, "Duan Lingtian, I know the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven is stronger than my mother, but do you know who my father is?" "My father." Before Mu Yi could finish her sentence, her soul was completely destroyed by Mo He. Since Mo He was a titled celestial emperor who specialized in soul attacks, it was easy for him to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul. After all, Feng Jianshui's soul was only a 10-direction celestial lord. It took him so long to destroy Feng Jianshui's soul because he had to protect Mu Yi's soul. If he did not have to worry about that, he could easily destroy Feng Jianshui and Mu Yi's souls with just a thought. All right. Mu Yi's eyes dimmed when Mo He withdrew his hand. Then, a hint of light returned to her eyes. However, when she looked at Mo He, her eyes were dull and lifeless. Who are you? Mu Yi looked at Duan Lingtian and his two companions with a hint of fear in her eyes. She looked like a 3-year-old girl who was frightened by the twang of a bow. Although Duan Lingtian had mentally prepared himself, his heart still sank when he saw Mu Yi's reaction. In his mind, junior apprentice sister Mu Yi appeared. Her elegant demeanor was completely different from the person in front of him. "Hualao, are you sure that woman's soul has been destroyed?" Duan Lingtian asked Hualao. "Yes." Hualao nodded. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath and contacted Feng Tianwu in his small world. "Tianwu, I'm afraid I'll need you to take care of and guide junior sister Mu Yi for a while." The current Mu Yi was like a little girl who wasn't very sensible and needed guidance. As the person who was most familiar with Mu Yi, Feng Tianwu was undoubtedly the best choice. "Elder brother Duan, leave it to me." Feng Tianwu had also witnessed what had happened just now with her own eyes. Now, when she responded, her tone was also a little heavy and trembling. She used to be so elegant and beautiful, but now, she seemed to have lost her intelligence. After Tianwu brought Mu Yi into his little world, Duan Lingtian looked at Mo He and thanked him repeatedly. "Senior Mo He, thank you for your help. Young master, you're too polite. It's Mo's honor to be able to help you." Mo He smiled. "Senior Mo He, please don't tell anyone about this." When Duan Lingtian recalled the words of the woman who had taken over Mu Yi's body earlier, he knew he had to be extra careful. He even hoped that the woman's mother, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, would not come looking for him so soon. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for her to find the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, the other party only knew his name at most. She only knew his name, but she did not know which Devata realm he was in or where he was. It would be like looking for a needle in a haystack. "Don't worry, young master. I won't tell anyone about this," Mo He hurriedly replied. What a joke! If the woman whose soul he had destroyed was not lying, she was the daughter of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. The heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not afraid of the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. However, he was only an ordinary titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. If the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven found out he had killed her daughter, he would most likely die. "All right." Duan Lingtian nodded. "Even if news of this spreads, I'll say I'm the one who destroyed her soul." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Mo He sighed in relief. At the same time, he was even more certain that he could not tell anyone about this. It would be best if he acted as though nothing had happened. After Mo He left, Duan Lingtian looked at Hualao and asked, "Hualao, based on her words, it seems like her father is not as simple as he seems. Do you know who the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's 2 daughters are?" Duan Lingtian asked. "I don't know." Hualao shook his head. He was not privy to such gossip. "I can ask the others about this, but it's not appropriate for me to ask now." "You mustn't ask." Duan Lingtian hastily stopped Duan Lingtian. If you ask now, it'll only hasten the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven's arrival. Senior Feng Qingyang hasn't returned yet. If she comes, it'll be difficult for us to deal with her. She'll come? Hua Lao was taken aback. Then, he shook his head and smiled. She doesn't have the guts to do that. Unless she really cares about her daughter and wants to avenge her at all costs. Otherwise, she wouldn't dare to completely fall out with His Majesty. At most, she would just hold him accountable. She'll only blame Lord Heavenly Emperor for this, Hua Lao said. Naturally, Hua Lao's words were based on the premise that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven was weaker than Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, all of this would just be Elder Hua's hypothesis without any evidence, and it would not be valid. In the Luo River Heaven, after Mu Yi was abducted, the entire Luo River sect was in an uproar. As the leader of the Luo River sect, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, Feng Jianyu, personally left the sect to search for Mu Yi. Alas, all the powerhouses in the Luo River sect searched for Mu Yi's whereabouts, but to no avail. Where did that Duan Lingtian take my sister? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect, asked. She was dressed in a silver robe and was surrounded by a faint white light. There were two old women standing behind Feng Jianyu. One of them was dressed in a loose white robe while the other was dressed in a loose black robe. Both of them exuded a cold aura. All of a sudden, swoosh! Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. Just a moment ago, she subconsciously glanced at the space in her storage ring again, only to discover that a soul bead that had been intact a quarter of an hour ago was now shattered. Of the two soul orbs that were placed next to each other, one was broken while the other was intact. Sister! Feng Jianyu's pupils shrank as her heart trembled. The shattered soul pearl belonged to her younger sister, Feng Jianshui. Apart from her mother and a few close friends, she was the only one who knew about Feng Jianshui's existence. My sister is dead? Mu Yi's soul pearl is intact. Did Duan Lingtian, Mu Yi's senior brother, discover that Mu Yi's body had been possessed and destroyed his sister's soul before returning her body to Mu Yi? A terrifying murderous aura surged out of Feng Jianyu's body as she thought to herself. Her eyes shone with killing intent as though she was about to devour someone. Saint girl? The two old women standing behind Feng Jianyu were shocked as well. Did something happen to Miss Yi? Although they were titled celestial emperors in the Luo River sect, they were unaware that Feng Jianyu had a younger sister and another daughter of the sect leader of the Luo River sect. Elders, please continue to search for the person who kidnapped Mu Yi. I'll return to the sect to see my mother. After Feng Jianyu said this, she left in a flash, as if she had disappeared into thin air. Feng Jianyu returned to the Luo River sect. The Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Luo River Heavenly Palace was located in the Luo River sect's territory. However, it was located in a secluded area and was considered a forbidden area. Without permission, no elders or disciples of the Luo River sect were allowed to enter. Mother! When Feng Jianyu found her mother, Situzhu Qing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situzhu Qing was in closed-door cultivation to comprehend profundities. A mansion stood on top of the vast stone platform. It was Situzhu Qing's residence. Situzhu Qing usually lived in this place. Situzhu Qing, who was cultivating in her room, opened her eyes when she heard her eldest daughter's anxious voice. She immediately rushed out of her room. Why are you so anxious? What happened? Situzhu Qing knew her daughter very well. She was usually calm and collected, and it was rare for her to lose her composure like this. Now that she saw her daughter losing her composure, she knew something must have happened in the Luo River sect. Moreover, it was most likely something that she had to deal with. Mother! Upon seeing Situzhu Qing, Feng Jianyu immediately knelt down and lowered her head. Please punish me. What's wrong? Situzhu Qing's frown deepened. Mother, it's my fault for not taking good care of little sister. Please punish me, Feng Jianyu said as her body trembled. Situ Juqing's expression changed drastically. At the same time, she subconsciously glanced at the soul bead of her youngest daughter, Feng Jianshui. She discovered that the soul bead had shattered. No! Situ Juqing's eyes widened in disbelief. Although she tried her best to suppress her voice so only her daughter could hear her, a terrifying aura surged out of her body and struck Feng Jianyu. Feng Jianyu had no choice but to circulate her celestial origin energy to defend herself. The storm came out of nowhere. Then, like a shower, it disappeared. After losing her composure, Situ Juqing's expression returned to normal. However, her expression was still cold as she asked in a deep voice. Speak! What happened? Why did Shuer die? Didn't she already possess Mu Yi's body? Didn't I ask you to keep an eye on her and not let her leave the Luo River sect? As she spoke, Situ Juqing's tone turned cold and stern. There was no lack of reproach in her tone. In the depths of her eyes there was an ice-cold killing intent that seemed to shoot out from her eyes. Her face seemed to be covered with a thick layer of ice. Chapter 34:10. Mother, this is what happened. Facing Situ Juqing's question, Feng Jianyu did not dare to hesitate. She quickly told her everything that had happened. 2 days ago, I received a message. Naturally, the message wasn't meant for Sister. After all, Sister's existence is only known to a few of us. That message was sent to Mu Yi. However, Mu Yi's soul did not respond to the message. It was Sister's soul that interpreted the message through Mu Yi's soul and learned that Mu Yi had a senior brother named Duan Lingtian in the mundane realm who was looking for her. Duan Lingtian's senior brother was the reason she was taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. Based on the memories Sister obtained from assimilating Mu Yi's soul, it was because of Duan Lingtian that Mu Yi was taken to the divine offering land in the realms of gods. After that, they were separated. Mu Yi and Duan Lingtian's friends and family were forced to stay in the divine offering land. At that time, Mu Yi's body experienced the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land and gained her innate talent. Initially, I thought Mu Yi's body was the most suitable for Sister. I didn't expect Sister would die because of Mu Yi's body. Feng Jianyu's expression was unsightly when she spoke. She did not expect something would happen to her sister. A few days ago, Sister received a message from Mu Yi's junior sister named Feng Tianwu. Feng Tianwu, Mu Yi, and Duan Lingtian were disciples of the same sect in the Saint Province realm. That sect was called the Seven Absolutes sect. Mother, you should know, little sister usually tells me everything, including the memories of Mu Yi that she received when she was assimilating her soul. In that secular sect, the Seven Absolutes sect, Duan Lingtian is the successor of the First Absolute, the Misty Rain branch. Mu Yi is the successor of the Second Absolute, the Divination branch. Feng Tianwu is the successor of the Fifth Absolute, the Blazing Phoenix branch. Feng Jianyu told him everything she knew. 2 days ago, that Duan Lingtian came to visit and said a few words to Mu Yi, who was possessed by her sister. Then, he ordered his men to kidnap her. At that time, the disciples guarding the entrance of our Luo River sect couldn't even react in time. However, they clearly remembered Duan Lingtian's appearance, and even described it. As for the old man behind Duan Lingtian who looked like a follower, they didn't pay much attention to him, so they couldn't remember his appearance. As Feng Jianyu spoke, she took out a portrait and passed it to Situ Juqing. There was a lifelike portrait of a young man on the portrait. If someone who knew Duan Lingtian was here, they would definitely be shocked. Not only did the portrait depict Duan Lingtian's appearance, but it also captured Duan Lingtian's aura. Duan Lingtian? Situ Juqing took the portrait and stared at the young man in the portrait. She gritted her teeth and asked, "Since Shue's soul has been destroyed, does that mean Mu Yi's soul has also been destroyed?" Situ Juqing had Feng Jianshui's soul pearl. However, she did not have Mu Yi's soul pearl. That's right. For this reason, I think Duan Lingtian is targeting little sister. He must have discovered that little sister has taken over Mu Yi's body, so he made a move to abduct her. Feng Jianyu speculated in a deep voice. Good. Very good. Although Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, agreed to Feng Jianyu's suggestion, her eyes gleamed with killing intent. Killing intent surged from her eyes as she looked at Feng Jianyu. Since Shuer didn't contact me to tell me what happened after that, there are two possibilities. Shuer's communication was restricted. For example, her soul was imprisoned, and before the restriction was released, Shuer's soul was destroyed. The second possibility is that the seal on Shuer's soul was lifted. However, since Shuer is no longer in the Luo River Heaven, I wouldn't be able to receive her message. Feng Jianyu continued to speak. Investigate. You must find out who he is, Situ Zizhu said coldly. If you can't find any clues in the Devata realms, send someone to the mundane realm called the Saint Province realm. Find Duan Lingtian's descendants and kill all of them. If you can't find out who he is, kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. All the living beings in the Saint Province realm should feel honored to be buried with my daughter. As she spoke, Situ Zizhu's voice became colder and colder. Even though Feng Jianyu was her daughter, she was so cold that she did not even dare to breathe. Mother, I'll send someone to investigate Duan Lingtian. Feng Jianyu's eyes flashed fiercely as she said. If you can't find out who he is, I'll personally go to the mundane realm and kill all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. I'll send someone to investigate as well. Situ Zizhu nodded as she put away the portrait in her hand. I'll keep this portrait with me so it'll be easier for me to investigate. As for you, get someone to draw another portrait. Yes. Feng Jianyu nodded. You may leave. Feng Jianyu comforted Situ Zizhu before she left. Mother, the dead can't be brought back to life. My condolences. You may leave. I know what to do. After Feng Jianyu left, Situ Zizhu's gaze turned even colder. How dare you kill my daughter? You must have a death wish. No matter who you are, I'll find you even if I have to dig 3 feet into the ground. Situ Zizhu calmed down after a moment of rage. I hope I can find him in the next few hundred years. Otherwise, I'll have no choice but to ask him for help. A hint of tenderness flashed in Situ Zizhu's eyes when she mentioned the word him. However, a bitter smile could be seen on her face. Only she and her 2 daughters knew who she had given birth to. That person was not from a Devata realm. He was from a realm of gods that was superior to the Devata realms. He was a god in a realm of gods. Even for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, he was unreachable. It was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to guess that the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was frantically trying to find him. However, he did not care. In his opinion, it would take a long time for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven to find him. Moreover, even if he was no match for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven, he would not regret what he had done. After all, it was all because of him that junior sister Mu Yi had ended up like this. If junior sister Mu Yi hadn't been taken away by Yun Qin Yen, she wouldn't have been so talented. She wouldn't have been targeted by the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian blamed himself for this. Because of this, he did not regret taking revenge from Mu Yi. If not for his limited strength, he would have killed his way to the Luo River sect to avenge his junior sister Mu Yi. Elder brother Duan, senior sister Mu Yi's soul is damaged, causing her to lack intelligence. I'm afraid she'll be like this for the rest of her life. Normally, a child's soul is intact. Even if their intelligence isn't fully developed in the beginning, as they grow up, their intelligence will still be complete. However, senior sister Mu Yi's situation is different. She's not a person with incomplete intelligence. It's only because her soul is damaged that it's impossible for her to have complete intelligence. Feng Tianwu's tone was heavy when she spoke to Duan Lingtian. Junior sister Mu Yi, don't worry. One day, I'll kill everyone who harmed you in the Luo River sect. Duan Lingtian promised Mu Yi inwardly. For now, my strength is still limited, so I can't avenge you. However, the person who possessed your body is dead. In that case, consider it as interest from the Luo River sect. Unknowingly, Duan Lingtian had clenched his fists tightly. His eyes had even unknowingly turned red. Young master. Hualao could sense Duan Lingtian's emotions. Therefore, he called out to Duan Lingtian and asked, "Are you bringing the two little fellows from the dragons with you?" Duan Lingtian regained his senses. Naturally, he knew the two little fellows from the dragons that Hualao mentioned were Little Black and Little White. "Bring them with you," Duan Lingtian said. Hualao was unaware of the situation in Duan Lingtian's little world, but Duan Lingtian did. For this reason, he hoped Little Black and Little White could cultivate in his little world. After all, cultivating in his little world was much more beneficial than cultivating in any Devata realm. Even the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to his little world, let alone the dragons. Duan Lingtian's little world could be considered a small realm of gods now. This was because his little world contained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Apart from that, his little world also contained the divine tree of life. Due to the divine tree of life, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world would never run out. Unless something happened to him. Although Little Black and Little White were still cultivating, they were jolted awake by Duan Lingtian's arrival. "Brother Lingtian!" Little Black and Little White were here to look for Duan Lingtian, so they were naturally very happy when they saw Duan Lingtian. "Big Brother Lingtian, you've returned? Little Black, Little White, enter my little world and greet me," Duan Lingtian said with a smile. "Greet?" In the beginning, Little Black and Little White didn't have the time to react, and even thought that Duan Lingtian was asking them to go greet Little Gold. However, when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world and saw a few familiar faces, their eyes lit up with excitement. Little White was especially excited. She leaped into Feng Tianwu's and Li Rou's arms. "Sister Tianwu, Aunt Rou." Chapter 34:11. Apart from Kerr and Li Fei, Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold were the closest to Feng Tianwu and Li Rou. Now, when they saw Feng Tianwu and Li Rou once again after so many years, it wasn't just Little White that was excited to the point of being unable to control itself. Even Little Black's eyes couldn't help but reveal waves of excitement. "Sister Tianwu, Aunt Rou, Uncle Feng." Xiao Hei's cold face completely collapsed at this moment. He smiled happily like a child. Little White was crying, and his eyes were also glistening with tears. "Hualao, let's go." After Little Black and Little White entered his little world to reunite with his family, Duan Lingtian called out to Hualao and left through the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian's heart was heavy when he left. Although he had gained a lot during his search for his family and friends, he had only managed to find his father and Feng Wu Dao. Both his mother and junior sister Mu Yi were not in a good situation. Fortunately, he had arrived in time to save his mother from a tragedy. However, he was too late to save Mu Yi. Little Feier, Nian Tian Xuan Ai. Duan Lingtian prayed inwardly that his family and friends were fine. Although Li Fei, Duan Nian Tian, and Han Xuanai's soul pearls were unharmed, Duan Lingtian was still worried. After all, Li Rou and Mu Yi's soul pearls were unharmed as well. However, what had happened to them? Just thinking about it made Duan Lingtian break out in cold sweat. In the floating heaven. In the floating territory. In the heavenly palace. The floating heaven's heavenly emperor palace was located in the clouds above a vast ocean. It was a huge floating island, similar to the purple revelation heaven's heavenly emperor palace. In fact, many heavenly palaces in the Devata realms were like this as well. Not only did they show their superiority, but they were also hidden in the clouds so they would not be easily disturbed. At this moment, in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, a beautiful woman dressed in a purple robe was standing in a small courtyard in a secluded valley. She gently brushed the branches of a small tree in front of her. "Unknowingly, it has been almost 300 years since I came to the floating heaven. Once I become a celestial emperor, I'll be able to leave the floating heaven and look for Scoundrel, Father, Mother, and Si Ling in the other Devata realms." The woman in purple loosened her grip, and the tree branch shot out. 2 leaves fell to the ground. Her gaze followed the 2 leaves as they fell to the ground, and she became absent-minded. "Sister Feier!" It was only when she heard a hurried cry of surprise that the woman in purple shuddered and returned to her senses. Xuanai! A moment later, a figure floated in from outside the courtyard. It was a similarly beautiful woman with an elegant temperament. She had an excited expression on her face. Xuanai, what's wrong? The woman in purple was none other than Li Fei, who had left the Purple Spike realm to come to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven nearly 300 years ago. At that time, Li Fei was accompanied by her son, Duan Yantian, and Han Xuanai. Sister Fei, I just received a message from Sister Tianwu, Han Xuanai said excitedly to Li Fei. As soon as I replied to her, she continued to send me another message. She said Brother Ling Tian is currently searching for us in various Devata realms and is currently in the floating heaven. She sent me a message to confirm if I'm in the floating heaven. Big Sister Tian Wu also said that Aunt Ro, Uncle Ru Feng, and Uncle Feng Wu Dao have already reunited with her and Big Brother Ling Tian. Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold are also here. Han Xuanai's words seemed to be conveying the contents of Feng Tian Wu's message. I told Sister Tian Wu that I'm with you and Yen Tian. Sister Tian Wu. Sister Tian Wu asked where we are. Should we tell her? Han Xuanai seemed a little hesitant when she asked this question. Tell me. Of course, I'll tell her. Why not? Even if the scoundrel doesn't come looking for me, I'll definitely look for him after I break through and become a celestial emperor. Li Fei's eyes were red from excitement as tears streamed down her cheeks. She hurriedly sent a message to Feng Tianwu. Tianwu, we're in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You can use the transportation formation in the floating heaven to head to the floating territory's Great Tong Mansion. Once you're there, find a city to settle down in. I'll bring Yen Tian and Xuanai to look for you. Li Fei's words were incoherent as she spoke. She was too excited. Sister Fei. Feng Tianwu was also excited when she heard Li Fei's voice. Although Han Xuanai had told her she was with Li Fei, she could not help but feel excited when she heard Li Fei's voice. Elder Brother Duan! Feng Tianwu hastily passed Li Fei's soul pearl to Duan Lingtian. Sister Fei is in the floating heaven. Little Fei? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Why would Tianwu suddenly give him a soul pearl? Did she find someone? An expression of joy appeared on his face when he heard Feng Tianwu's words. Little Fei. Duan Lingtian only had 2 wives in his life. One of them was Ke, and the other was Li Fei. Moreover, Li Fei had given birth to a son for him. Even if he wanted to be fair, in his heart, whether it was Ke or Li Fei, he still placed more importance on those 2. After all, both of them were his first wives. He felt guilty toward both of them, especially toward Ke and Li Fei. Little Fei. I'll come and see you now, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei through voice transmission before he returned the soul pearl to Feng Tianwu. Meanwhile, in Duan Lingtian's little world, Duan Xiling, Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and the 3 little ones received news that Li Fei and the others had been found. Sister Fei is in this Devata realm? Sister Fei has been found? The 3 little ones' eyes lit up. Duan Xiling was equally excited. Second mother. You've found second mother? Both Ke and Li Fei were Duan Lingtian's wives. However, all this while, Li Fei had always followed Ke's lead. Although Ke did not mind, Li Fei made Ke's daughter, Duan Xiling, address her as second mother while her son, Duan Yantian, addressed Ke as first mother. Of course, their own children would address them as mother. When Duan Xiling and Duan Yantian were around, Li Fei doted on Duan Xiling more than she did on her own son. For this reason, Duan Xiling and Li Fei were very close. She treated Li Fei as her own mother. Fei is in this Devata realm? Even Li Ro and Duan Rufeng were excited. Yen Tian is here as well? After learning that their daughter-in-law and grandson were in this Devata realm, they could not help but worry about them. How are they doing? Aunt Ro, don't worry. Sister Fei is doing well. She's the direct disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, a true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is one of the two strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Feng Tianwu said. She knew her elder brother Duan, and Ro, Uncle Feng, and the others would be concerned about Li Fei's situation after learning that she was in this Devata realm. Sister Fei asked us to use the transportation formation to head to the Floating Territory's Great Tong Mansion and wait for her in a city, Feng Tianwu said. Upon hearing Feng Tianwu's words, Duan Lingtian immediately said to Hualao, Hualao, let's look for a transportation formation nearby. You have news? Hualao's eyes lit up when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He had noticed Duan Lingtian's strange behavior earlier. The remaining 3 people I can find are all together in this Devata realm, Duan Lingtian said with a smile on his face. In fact, Duan Lingtian had visited the 78th Devata realm in the Floating Heaven. There were only 3 Devata realms he had yet to visit. Now that he had found all the people he could find, he could be considered to have found all the people he could. As for the others, they either did not have soul pearls with them, or they were dead. While Duan Lingtian and Hualao were searching for transportation formations, Li Fei, who was in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, sent a message to her son, Duan Niantian. Niantian, your father is here, Li Fei said to Duan Niantian with a smile on her face. Father? Duan Niantian's eyes lit up as a bright smile appeared on his handsome face. I thought we'd have to wait until you've become a celestial emperor before we can look for father and the others. I didn't expect father to come looking for us now. Li Fei could have gone to another Devata realm to look for Duan Lingtian and the others. However, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, did not allow her to leave the Floating Heaven. She even sent someone to hide in the dark to keep an eye on her. Once she left the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, that person would follow her. As long as Li Fei did not leave the Floating Heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would not care about her. However, if Li Fei wanted to leave the Floating Heaven, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would stop Li Fei and forcibly bring Li Fei back to the Floating Heaven. Your father, Andy Tianwu, and the others have agreed to meet in the Great Tong Prefecture. They'll send us a message when they arrive in a city in the Great Tong Prefecture, Li Fei said. Duan Niantian nodded. A hint of excitement could be seen in his eyes. The person he admired the most in his life was his father, even though he had met many titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven. Although he had met many celestial emperors in the Floating Heaven palace, his father was still his idol. Sister Fei. At this moment, Han Xuanai said with a frown on her face, I know you want to meet Brother Lingtian, but if Kong Yui finds out about Brother Lingtian, I'm afraid he'll make things difficult for Brother Lingtian. End. Chapter 34:12. Kong Yui? Who does he think he is? Li Fei's eyes narrowed into slits as a cold light flashed through them. Kong Yui could be considered Li Fei's senior brother. He was the only son of Li Fei's master, and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. After Li Fei came to the heavenly palace of the Floating Heaven, Kong Yui had been trying to curry favor with her. Although he knew Li Fei had a son with another man, he did not back down. According to him, Li Fei's husband was still alive. I don't even know if Li Fei's husband is still alive. Even if he is he qualified to compete with me, Kong Yui, for Li Fei? I'm just worried that Brother Lingtian will be at a disadvantage. Han Xuanai smiled bitterly. Sister Fei, although you have the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's support, Kong Yui has the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's support as well. Moreover, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's senior brother. Moreover, Kong Yui is much stronger than any of us. Although he's not even 1,000 years old, he's already a Celestial Emperor and has comprehended all the profundities from the Law of Wind to the Mastery stage. A hint of worry could be seen on Han Xuanai's face when she finished speaking. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Li Fei's expression darkened slightly. At this moment, Duan Niantian suggested, Mother, at most, we'll just reunite with father, sister, grandfather, grandmother, and Auntie Tianwu. We won't bring them back to the heavenly palace. You won't bring your father and the others to the heavenly palace? Li Fei shook her head. Impossible! Since your father is here, I naturally have to bring him to pay a visit to Master. After all, Master's help to me and us is too great, Li Fei said solemnly. As for Kong Yue, we'll just ignore him. If he really tries to do anything, Master won't just sit back and watch. Li Fei was troubled by Kong Yue's shamelessness. After all, she was no match for Kong Yue. Moreover, Kong Yue was not afraid of the purple spiked celestial emperor. All right. Your auntie Tian Wu sent a message. They're in southern ancient city in Datong Prefecture. Li Fei's eyes lit up as she asked Duan Yentian. Duan Yentian and Han Shuanai's eyes lit up immediately. Excitement could be seen on their faces. They hadn't seen that man for many years. Moreover, that man had a group of family and friends with him. Let's go! Li Fei, Duan Yentian, Han Shuanai, and Duan Yentian left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Along the way, a beautiful woman followed them. She was none other than one of the celestial emperors under the purple spike celestial emperor, a titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. She was very close to becoming a titled celestial emperor. Her job was to protect Li Fei and keep an eye on Li Fei so that Li Fei would not leave the floating heaven. As long as Li Fei was in the floating heaven, the purple spike celestial emperor would be able to contact her through communication talismans. However, if Li Fei left the floating heaven, the purple spike celestial emperor would not be able to track Li Fei's whereabouts. If she could not track Li Fei's whereabouts, she would not know if Li Fei was safe or not. For this reason, the purple spike celestial emperor would not allow Li Fei to leave the floating heaven until she was strong enough to protect Li Fei. Miss Fei rarely leaves the floating heaven. Where do you plan to go this time? The purple spike celestial emperor asked as she looked at Li Fei from afar. Although the purple spike celestial emperor was puzzled, as long as Li Fei did not leave the floating heaven, the purple spike celestial emperor would not interfere. Soon after, the purple spike celestial emperor left the floating heaven with Li Fei and the others and entered the Great Tong Prefecture. Since the Great Tong Prefecture was located near the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it was under the direct control of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The mansion master of the Great Tong Prefecture was also a titled celestial emperor in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Naturally, this titled celestial emperor did not have much of a presence among the titled celestial emperors in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. After all, as the holy land of the floating heaven, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven was home to many titled celestial emperors. Ordinary titled celestial emperors would not have much of a presence in the floating heaven. Nangis City was one of the cities in the Great Tong Prefecture. After Duan Lingtian and Holao arrived at Nangis City through the transportation formation, Duan Lingtian asked Tian Wu to contact Li Fei. Elder brother Duan, I've contacted Sister Fei. They're coming over now, Feng Tianwu said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Although Duan Lingtian appeared calm on the surface, his heart was in turmoil. His heartbeat seemed to have sped up a little. In just a blink of an eye, he felt as though he had traveled back in time to the time when he first met his wife, Li Fei. At that time, she was the most beautiful woman in the inner court of the Li clan in Aurora City. She was dressed in a light purple robe when she was 18 years old. Compared to her at that time, she was much more mature. That pair of beautiful Chio's eyes seemed to be mixed with boundless charm. With just a glance, it could steal the souls of countless men. She was the first woman in his life whom he felt a strong sense of possessiveness, even though he only saw her once. Her position in his heart had always been high. It had been a long time since he heard her call him a scoundrel. After that, she gave birth to a son for him. Not long after, they parted again. It had been almost 300 years since then. Little Fei, I miss you so much. Duan Lingtian's eyes had unknowingly started glistening with tears, and they only evaporated after a short moment. Elder brother Duan, Sister Fei has arrived. Duan Lingtian shuddered when he heard Feng Tianwu's voice. His eyes shone like the two most dazzling stars in the night sky. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian seemed to have noticed something, and he looked towards the north. There were 4 figures walking over in the air. 3 in front and 1 behind. The person behind was an unfamiliar face to Duan Lingtian, and he didn't recognize him. Of the 3 people in front, 2 of them were women, and he couldn't be more familiar with them. His wife, Li Fei, didn't change much in appearance after so many years. She only seemed to have become colder, and the biggest change was her otherworldly temperament. Xuanai, on the other hand, seemed to have matured after so many years. She was no longer the mischievous girl she used to be. As for the other young man, his facial features were similar to his own. It was not difficult for him to guess that this young man was his son, Duan Yantian. Swoosh! 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 Before Li Fei and the others could get close to Duan Lingtian, several figures had already appeared beside him. They were none other than Feng Tianwu, Duan Xiling, Li Rou, and Duan Rufeng. Suddenly, 2 of the 3 figures stopped moving. Whether it was Han Xuanai or Duan Yantian, both of them stopped in their tracks. Li Fei flew up into the sky and flashed towards Duan Lingtian. Whereas Duan Lingtian was amongst the group of people as he stepped out into the sky to greet Li Fei. The husband and wife hugged each other tightly after so many years. They could feel each other's breath and smell each other's familiar scent. They did not let go for a long time. Either of them spoke. It was as though they were afraid the slightest sound would break the silence. The couple hugged each other so tightly that it was as though they wanted to fuse into each other's body. This is... The beautiful woman followed Duan Yantian and Han Xuanai and stood side by side with them. She was stunned when she saw Li Fei hugging the purple-clad young man in the distance. She did not expect Miss Fei would have such a side to her. It seems like this is her husband. As someone close to Li Fei's master, Celestial Emperor Ziwei, the beautiful woman had heard that Li Fei had a husband. She had been by Li Fei's side for many years, so she knew Li Fei very well. Moreover, she had unknowingly treated Li Fei as her own daughter. Throughout the years, she had never seen Li Fei like this. Usually, Li Fei was happiest when she was with her son, Duan Yantian, and Han Xuanai. She would only relax and show her true self in front of her master. Usually, she would be cold and aloof, as though she was unapproachable. At this moment, the beautiful woman could clearly feel Li Fei's happiness even though she was standing far away. Even she was affected by Li Fei's happiness. In the air, under the gazes of a group of people, the man and woman hugged each other tightly. After hugging for a long time, one of them opened his mouth and broke the quiet atmosphere. "Little Fei, you've worked hard." Duan Lingtian gently caressed Li Fei's long hair as he said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." The moment Duan Lingtian opened his mouth, Li Fei's nerves that had been stretched taut all these years instantly relaxed. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks as she buried her head in Duan Lingtian's embrace. "Scoundrel, I miss you. I missed you so much. I'm sorry I'm late." Duan Lingtian hugged Li Fei tightly, and his voice became even gentler. At the same time, his tone carried a sense of guilt. "You're not late, you're not late." Li Fei shook her head repeatedly as she muttered under her breath. She was still very emotional at this moment. After a while, the couple seemed to realize that there was a crowd around them. Li Fei was the first to blush as she gently pushed Duan Lingtian away. Then, she held Duan Lingtian's hand and walked towards Duan Rufeng and Li Rou. Li Fei bowed to Duan Rufeng and his wife. "Unfilial daughter-in-law Li Rou greets father and mother." "Haha. Who said my daughter-in-law is unfilial? Fei, if Tian'er bullies you, tell father and father will teach him a lesson for you." Duan Rufeng laughed. "That's right." Li Rou stepped forward and held Li Fei's hand. "Fei, if Tian'er dares to bully you, you can also tell mother and mother will teach him a lesson for you." Duan Lingtian stood at the side with an awkward and bitter smile on his face. Who was the real father? "Nian Tian, come over and greet your father, your grandparents." At this moment, Li Fei turned to look at Duan Yantian, who was still standing in the distance like a block of wood. "Father." Duan Lingtian walked up to Duan Lingtian and looked at him with a burning gaze. Chapter 34:13. "Good boy, you're all grown up now." Duan Lingtian gave his son a hug as his eyes turned red. He felt guilty toward his son because he had never fulfilled his responsibility as a father. It was rare for his son to understand him. Duan Lingtian did not blame him at all. "Father, I finally get to see you. I thought I'd have to wait until Mother has become a celestial emperor before I can look for you," Duan Lingtian said excitedly. Duan Yentian said excitedly. Ever since he was young, he had viewed his father as his idol. It had never changed. "There's no need for that. I'm here. I'm here to look for all of you. From now on, we'll never be separated again." Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with determination as he said, "Trust me, we'll never be separated again." "Yes, I trust you, father." Duan Yentian nodded solemnly. He had never doubted his father's words even though he did not know his father's cultivation base or where he came from. He trusted his father unconditionally. According to the saying on earth, Duan Lingtian's son was his #1 fan. Moreover, he was the type who would never change his mind. "All right, go and greet your grandparents and Auntie Tian Wu. Your sister is here as well." Duan Lingtian gently pushed Duan Yentian away and said with a smile, "All right." Duan Yentian nodded. Then, he walked up to Duan Rufeng and Li Ro and greeted them excitedly. "Grandpa, Grandma. Nian, you've grown so big." Duan Rufeng sighed emotionally. Nian. As for Li Ro, she couldn't help but shed 2 streams of tears. In the blink of an eye, her grandson had already grown up. She had no idea how her grandson had managed to survive all these years. However, when she thought about her own experiences, it was not difficult for her grandson to reach where he was now. "Xuanai." Duan Lingtian looked at Han Xuanai. Han Xuanai walked up to Duan Lingtian and threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms as tears streamed down her face. "Brother Lingtian, I've missed you." Just like how Duan Lingtian treated Han Xuanai as his sister, Han Xuanai treated Duan Lingtian as her brother as well. She was infatuated with and dependent on him. Especially all these years she had been with her big brother Lingtian's wife and son, and she had never stopped thinking about her big brother Lingtian. "Silly girl, you're already an adult. Why are you still crying?" Duan Lingtian shook his head. After wiping away her tears, he asked with a teasing smile, "What do you think? After all these years, have you ever found a lover that you like?" "Brother Lingtian, you're making fun of me again." Han Xuanai laughed through her tears. "I've told you before that unless I can meet an outstanding man like you, Brother Lingtian, I won't be interested in anyone." Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian sighed. "Then, you should be prepared to be single for the rest of your life and be an old lady who can't get married." "Brother Lingtian, you're being narcissistic again." Han Xuanai giggled. "This is the Devata realm, not the mundane realm. Don't tell me you're so narcissistic that you think no man in the Devata realm is as good as you? Time will prove everything." Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. He did not bother to explain himself. "Scoundrel!" At this moment, Duan Lingtian heard the voice of Li Fei, who was surrounded by Little Black, Little White, and Little Gold. At this moment, Li Fei had already caught up with a group of old friends. She called out to Duan Lingtian before her gaze landed on the peerlessly beautiful white-clad woman with a cold temperament standing in the distance. "You! Aren't you going to introduce us?" Earlier, when Feng Tianwu and the others had come out, she had come out with them as well. After all, she could not possibly be the only one in there, right? Duan Lingtian felt slightly awkward when he saw Li Fei looking at him with a faint smile on her face. From the beginning until the end, she stood at the side and watched Duan Lingtian and Li Fei reuniting. She had beautiful brows, and a smile could be seen on her face. She was happy for her brother Lingtian. She knew how much her brother Lingtian missed this woman named Li Fei all these years. "Huaner." Duan Lingtian's clone approached Huaner and said, "This is my wife, Li Fei, whom I've always mentioned to you. Greetings, Sister Feier." Huaner greeted Li Fei with a smile. "I've heard about you from Brother Lingtian a long time ago. Now that I've met you, you're even more beautiful than Brother Lingtian described. Sister Huaner, you're such a sweet talker. It's no wonder that scoundrel kidnapped you." Li Fei nodded at Huan with a smile on her face. Then, she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully, causing him to feel as though he was sitting on pins and needles. Scoundrel! At the same time, Li Fei sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Scoundrel! I don't care how many women you have, but you can't marry any of them before you rescue Sister Ke from the divine offering land. Tian Wu is an exception. Li Fei's tone was firm. Otherwise, even if Sister Ke doesn't blame you, I won't allow it. Little Feier, am I, Duan Lingtian, such a heartless person in your eyes? Duan Lingtian replied with a wry smile on his face. Don't worry. Before I rescue Ke, I won't marry any woman, including Tian Wu. Don't you think you're being too cruel to Tian Wu? Li Fei frowned slightly. Little Feier, I've already spoken to Tian Wu about this. She understands. Moreover, she also thinks this is the right thing to do, Duan Lingtian said. Tian Wu is really thoughtful. Li Fei sighed. Duan Lingtian had thought Li Fei would not be too friendly with Huaner. With Li Fei's temper, even if she tried to restrain herself a little, he was certain Duan Lingtian would not treat her kindly. However, to her surprise, Li Fei and Huaner got along so well that they kept calling each other Little Sister Huaner. He sighed in relief when he saw this. Brother Lingtian, is this my new sister-in-law? At this moment, Han Xuanai also came over and asked with bright eyes. Brother Lingtian, this sister-in-law is definitely the most beautiful woman I've ever seen in my life. Where did you abduct her from? Duan Lingtian glared at Xuanai when he saw she was making fun of him. What do you mean by abducted? Don't learn bad things from your sister Feier. Now that they were reunited, they had a lot to talk about. However, they could only speak slowly. Little Feier, why are both of you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? I heard from Tian Wu that you were defeated by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. I'll have to tell you about the Purple Spike realm from the mundane realm. I'll tell you everything after I bring you to my master. In just a few sentences, Li Fei recounted everything that had happened after she left the divine offering land and ended up in the Purple Thorns realm in the mundane realm. Coincidentally, Nian Tian and Xuanai were also in the Purple Spike realm. After that, we came to the floating heaven and entered the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Li Fei briefly recounted her experiences, and the reason she ended up in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It seems like you're quite lucky to have such a fortuitous encounter. Duan Lingtian sighed. He was pleased with his wife's luck. It's all thanks to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. Otherwise, I wouldn't be where I am today. Li Fei smiled wryly as she said. However, if I had to choose, I'd rather all of us not have anything to do with the divine offering land, including Sister Ke. Wouldn't it be great if we could live a carefree life in the Saint Province realm? A hint of yearning could be seen in Li Fei's eyes as she spoke. Such a day will come even in the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian said solemnly. For the sake of his family, he would also make a name for himself in the Devata realm. Rascal, let's go. I'll bring you to my master. Under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian and Hualao followed her to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. As for the others, including Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai, they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Of course, the beautiful woman who came with Li Fei was still following closely behind. This is father's little world? Duan Lingtian and Han Xuanai were shocked when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. They discovered the heaven and earth spirit energy in the little world was similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The reason they were so talented was due to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The natives of the realms of gods were so talented because they had been nurtured by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land since they were born. Before they transcended their mortal bodies and became celestials, their innate talent and comprehension abilities would undergo a complete transformation under the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land is similar to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land? Han Xuanai did not regain her senses for a long time. As for the others, they were already used to it since they had been in Duan Lingtian's little world for quite some time. The cultivation environment here is amazing. If I cultivate here, I'll become a celestial lord in no time. Me too. Duan Yintian and Han Xiu and I were shocked when they entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Then, they sat down and began to cultivate. Li Ro and the others could not help but laugh when they saw how eager they were to cultivate. However, they could understand why they were so eager. After all, they had similar thoughts when they first entered Duan Lingtian's little world. Little Fei, or do you have the soul pearls of the others? Duan Lingtian asked Li Fei. Li Fei's expression darkened when she heard this. Among the soul pearls in our possession, only Father, Mother Tian Wu, and her father's soul pearls are left. Apart from senior sister Mu Yi's soul pearl, the other soul pearls are shattered. Duan Lingtian's expression darkened when he heard Yunqin Yan's words. He clenched his fists tightly as a flame of hatred burned in his heart. Yunqin Yan. One day, I'll make sure you die a graveless death. Chapter 34:14. In Duan Lingtian's opinion, his senior brother, Bai Li Hong, and the others had died because Yunqin Yan had kidnapped them and brought them to the divine offering land. If it were not for Yunqin Yan, Bai Li Hong and the others would still be alive in his hometown, the Saint Province realm. As long as they were in the Saint Province realm, they would not be in any danger. There are less than 700 years left. Once the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms is connected, I'll definitely go to the divine offering land and seek justice for my senior brothers and the others. Duan Lingtian felt extremely guilty toward Bai Li Hong and the others. However, at this moment, this guilt had transformed into a towering rage that could not be contained. Due to his heavy heart, Duan Lingtian did not speak much along the way. Li Fei understood how Duan Lingtian felt. She merely held his hand and walked side by side with him. She did not disturb his peace. Perhaps, only such a handsome young man is worthy of Miss Fei. The beautiful woman and Hua Lao followed behind Duan Lingtian. Her eyes glinted as she looked at the pair of Duan Lingtian who was like a golden couple. Although she did not know much about the purple-clad young man, she knew his temperament. However, the temperament, bearing, and calmness of the young man's movements were something she had never seen before in a young man of his age. Moreover, based on what she knew, Duan Lingtian was only 300 years old. Miss Fei was only around 300 years old, and her husband seemed to be around the same age as her, also around 300 years old. It was rare for a 300-year-old man to be so calm. Soon after, under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian arrived above an ocean. After passing through the clouds, a huge floating island appeared in front of them. Scoundrel, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven is right in front of us, Li Fei said to Duan Lingtian. Originally, along the way, Li Fei had many things she wanted to ask Duan Lingtian, but because Duan Lingtian's mood was obviously not good, she didn't ask and only spoke when they arrived at their destination. Yes. Duan Lingtian raised his head and looked at the floating island in front of him. Then, he looked at the clouds beneath his feet. It was not difficult to notice that the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and the heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven shared some similarities. He had been to 3 heavenly palaces in the Devata realms. The heavenly palace of the purple revelation heaven and the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were located behind the clouds. Even though the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was not located in the same location, it was still hidden. I'll take you to see Master. Even though she was mentally prepared, Li Fei couldn't help but feel excited. She felt like the older sisters on Earth who wanted to bring their boyfriends home to meet their parents. Throughout the years, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had treated Li Fei like a daughter. Li Fei had spent more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor than any of her elders. In fact, she had spent more time with the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor than she had spent with Duan Lingtian. Li Fei had grown up with her grandfather since she was a child. She had never met her parents since she was old enough to remember the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Therefore, she treated the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as her mother. It was also because of this that she was nervous now. Master's residence is up ahead. Li Fei led Duan Lingtian to the entrance of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven without any obstructions. After all, most of the people in the heavenly palace knew Li Fei. Some of them even addressed her as Miss Feier. There were 3 true disciples under the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, was the 3rd true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence was located in a ravine that was filled with the fragrance of flowers and chirping birds. Before they even entered the ravine, a flock of birds flew into the air and circled Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. Miss Feier! Miss Feier! It was obvious the flock of birds had gained sentience. They could even speak the human language and took the initiative to greet Li Fei. Li Fei smiled and waved at them. Miss Feier, is this the man you've been talking about? A red bird looked at Duan Lingtian, who was standing next to Li Fei, and said with a smile, In the past, we didn't believe you when you said you had a husband. It seems like you didn't lie to us, Miss Feier. Why would I lie to all of you? Li Fei shook her head. Then, she turned to Duan Lingtian and said, Scoundrel, these are my sisters. They can be considered as my masters and named disciples. Hee. A burst of laughter rang in the air as the flock of birds in front of Duan Lingtian transformed into a group of young women. They surrounded Duan Lingtian and sized him up. Is this Miss Feier's husband? He's really handsome. I can't find such a handsome man in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. At this moment, Duan Lingtian was like a rare animal in a zoo that was surrounded by a group of tourists. Although Duan Lingtian was not used to being surrounded by so many women, he maintained a friendly smile on his face and nodded at them. Thank you for taking care of little Feier all these years. That's enough. At this moment, the beautiful woman standing behind Duan Lingtian and Li Fei said, Let's disperse. Miss Feier wants to bring the young master to meet the Lord Celestial Emperor. The beautiful woman was clearly quite dignified among this flock of birds. As soon as she opened her mouth, the flock of birds that had transformed into women all turned back into birds and scattered. At this moment, Li Fei led Duan Lingtian into the summer valley. As soon as they entered the summer valley, a refreshing fragrance assailed their nostrils. It smelled like flowers, but it was not entirely so. There was also the aroma of wine mixed in the fragrance. It was refreshing to smell it. Just as Duan Lingtian was about to take a deep breath, Li Fei's voice rang in the air. Master likes to brew wine. This fragrance is from the flower wine she brews. Flowers in the Devata realms usually contain spirit energy. Master planted many celestial flowers and celestial herbs here. Some of the celestial flowers and celestial herbs that have potential are cultivated by Master so that they can transform into humans. Master had accepted a disciple before me who had transformed into a human from a celestial herb. Currently, senior sister is also a titled celestial emperor, but she's not usually in the heavenly palace. Li Fei said. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. At the same time, Duan Lingtian noticed that when Li Fei brought him deeper into the summer valley, the beautiful woman did not continue to follow them. However, Hualao followed closely behind Duan Lingtian. He had followed Duan Lingtian so he could protect Duan Lingtian. Putting aside the good karma he had with Duan Lingtian in the past, he would do anything for the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Hualao was very clear in his heart. With the strength of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had left him to fend for himself, he wouldn't have achieved what he had today. Under Li Fei's lead, Duan Lingtian met Li Fei's master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, in a courtyard filled with flowers and plants. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was a young woman who appeared to be in her 20s. She was tall and slender, and she had a graceful figure. When Duan Lingtian saw her, she was bending over to pick flowers and plants. Master. When Li Fei and Duan Lingtian arrived in the courtyard, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor rose to her feet and turned to look at Li Fei. When she saw Duan Lingtian, her cold eyes flashed with a rare bright light. Fei, this is your husband? When Li Fei and Duan Lingtian were reunited, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was informed by the beautiful woman by Li Fei's side. Yes, master. Li Fei replied respectfully. This is my husband, Duan Lingtian. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, Duan Lingtian bowed at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian greets the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. I, Duan Lingtian, am deeply grateful for the care you've shown little Feier over the years. If there's a chance in the future, I'll do my best to repay your kindness. Duan Lingtian said. All right. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied indifferently. Since you're Feier's husband, you can stay in the Heavenly Palace. Now that Feier has found you, I'm afraid she won't be able to focus on her cultivation if she's separated from you again. However, I hope you won't affect Feier's cultivation. Feier, you won't be inferior to me in the future. Based on the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, she had a high opinion of Li Fei. Based on her tone, it was as though Duan Lingtian had to obey her orders unconditionally. Duan Lingtian was touched by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. This meant the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was really good to little Feier. Nevertheless, both of them could only accept the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's kindness. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Duan Lingtian looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. I came to see you to thank you for taking care of little Feier all these years. Moreover, I brought little Feier here to say goodbye to you. Since I've found her, it's impossible for me to be separated from her again. You're going to leave with Feier? As soon as Duan Lingtian finished speaking, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expressionless face seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. At the same time, an ice-cold aura swept out in a timely manner. In an instant, it enveloped the entire courtyard and even the entire valley, causing everything within the valley to appear to be covered with a layer of frost. In just a blink of an eye, the temperature in the courtyard dropped by a few degrees. Whoosh! 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 It was clear that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was skilled in the law of ice. She was so angry that she could freeze 1,000 miles. Master! Li Fei's expression changed slightly. She did not expect her master to be so angry. At the same time, she felt helpless. Her master did not even discuss this with her before speaking to her master. She was well aware of the high hopes her master had placed on her. Now, her master must feel that if she followed her husband, her future would be ruined. Chapter 34:15. Duan Lingtian was at the center of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's icy aura. Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had only used her aura to pressure Duan Lingtian to give him a warning. She did not intend to hurt Duan Lingtian. Even so, she had still angered Hualao. Hualao's expression darkened. His fiery aura surged as he prepared to make a move. Hualao, there's no need for that. Duan Lingtian's timely voice transmission stopped Hualao from making a move. At the same time, he could tell Duan Lingtian was not affected by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's icy aura. Huh! It did not take long before the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor discovered her aura did not pose any threat to Duan Lingtian at all. Moreover, Duan Lingtian was completely unfazed by her aura. While the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was still in shock over Duan Lingtian's ability to ignore her aura, a loud and clear voice rang in the air again. Kong Yui requests an audience with Third Junior Ant. Upon hearing the voice, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow. At the same time, she withdrew her aura. However, regardless of whether she withdrew her aura or not, Zhou Dongwang continued to ignore her. Come in. Upon hearing the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, a figure descended from the sky. It was a tall and well-built young man. The young man was dressed in a long silver robe with golden trimmings. He had a dignified air about him, and a hint of arrogance could be seen in his eyes. Greetings, Third Junior Ant. The young man who called himself Kong Yui bowed at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as soon as he arrived. Yui, why are you here? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor asked. Her expression softened slightly as she looked at Kong Yui. Yui heard that junior apprentice Sister Li Fei's husband came, so he came to take a look. Junior apprentice Sister Li Fei's husband, what kind of person is he? to be able to make her so dead set on him, to the point of ignoring my bitter pursuit," Kong Yi said with a smile. If it was any other time, he definitely wouldn't have said it so bluntly. But now, he was obviously doing it on purpose. "Kong Yi, what nonsense are you talking about?" Li Fei's face turned cold as she glared at Kong Yi. She was about to flare up, but Duan Lingtian stopped her in time and shook his head at her. "Little Feier, your temper is still the same as before. If the dog bites you, do you have to bite it back?" Duan Lingtian smiled. When Kong Yi had appeared, Duan Lingtian had already noticed a flash of coldness and hatred in Kong Yi's eyes. At that moment, he was still puzzled. He didn't know the other party at all, and it was the first time they had met. Why would the other party hate him? Until now, when he heard the other party's words, which were obviously intentional, he suddenly realized that it was Little Feier's admirer. He was not surprised that Little Feier had suitors. Pfft! Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei felt as though she had returned to her days in the mundane realm, the Saint Province realm. She didn't expect this scoundrel would still have such a sharp tongue even after 300 years. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the purple-spiked celestial emperor could not help but frown. On the other hand, Kong Yuyi's expression darkened as he looked at Li Fei and said, "Junior sister Li Fei, is your husband so rude? Kong Yuyi, before you criticize others for being rude, why don't you reflect on your own manners?" Li Fei glanced at Kong Yi indifferently and directly retorted. She didn't care that her master was still present and didn't have the slightest hesitation. Although Kong Yi was infuriated by Li Fei's words, he took a deep breath and suppressed his anger toward Li Fei. Then, he looked at Duan Lingtian as though he wanted to vent his anger on Duan Lingtian. He sneered and said, "Brat, you came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with junior sister Li Fei because you want to live off a woman, right? Live off a woman?" Duan Lingtian remained calm. He looked at Kong Yi indifferently and said, "I'm afraid some people can't even live off a woman, right?" Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Kong Yi's expression darkened even more. "How can living off a woman be so honorable? I really don't know what junior sister Li Fei sees in you. Junior sister Li Fei, is this your husband? The man you chose? He's not worthy of you," Kong Yi reminded Li Fei as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Li Fei said indifferently, "It's up to me to decide if my man is worthy of me or not. It's not up to you to tell me what to do. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor." At this moment, Duan Lingtian looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll take Little Feier away. In the future, I'll bring Little Feier to visit you whenever I'm free." Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened even more. "Can you guarantee Feier's safety if you take her away? Can you guarantee that her innate talent and comprehension won't be hindered by you? If you can take her away. If you can't, I won't let her go," the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said. Due to the fact that she realized Duan Lingtian did not seem to be a simple person, she did not make any promises. Instead, she left some leeway in her words. However, before Duan Lingtian could reply, Kong Yi exclaimed in shock, "Junior sister Li Fei, you're not really going to leave with him, right?" Although Kong Yi had accused Duan Lingtian of sponging off Li Fei a moment ago, Kong Yi did not feel embarrassed when Kong Yi said he would take Li Fei away from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, Kong Yi did not seem embarrassed at all as he said, "Are you sure you won't be able to find a better cultivation environment or resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven? As long as I can be with him, I don't care about these things," Li Fei said as she looked at Kong Yi indifferently. Then, she looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor before she fell to her knees and said, "Master, I've worked so hard all these years because of my husband. Now I have reunited with him. To me, everything else is secondary in front of him. Li Fei will always remember your kindness. In the future, if you have any orders for me, I'll definitely do my best to fulfill them. In the future, I'll return to visit you when I'm free," Li Fei said in a deep voice. At this moment, Li Fei was unaware that Duan Lingtian could provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources. However, she still insisted on leaving with Duan Lingtian. Fei. The purple-spiked celestial emperor looked at Li Fei warmly as she said, I understand your intentions. Otherwise, I wouldn't have said he could stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. I did that because I want you to cultivate in peace. However, he refused. Isn't this a joke to your innate talent and comprehension ability? He'll only delay your cultivation. The purple-spiked celestial emperor said earnestly. As soon as the purple-spiked celestial emperor finished speaking, Kong Yui looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Brat, don't be so selfish. Are you really going to sacrifice junior sister Li Fei's innate talent and comprehension ability for your own selfish desires? Purple-spiked celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian ignored Kong Yui. He looked at the purple-spiked celestial emperor and said solemnly, I'm very grateful for your kindness to little Fei. I can guarantee you that after little Fei leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, her cultivation environment and resources will only be better. What a joke! The cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to a realm of gods. How could the heavenly palace of the floating heaven compare to it? Naturally, he would not reveal this to the purple-spiked celestial emperor. How laughable! The purple-spiked celestial emperor frowned and had a skeptical expression on her face when Kong Yui burst out laughing. Brat, don't you know how to brag? This is the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, the best cultivation place in the floating heaven. It's a holy land that countless people yearn for. In the Devata realms, only a few top heaven-grade forces and heavenly palaces in the Devata realms have a cultivation environment comparable to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. You're not even 400 years old, and your innate talent is not even comparable to junior sister Li Fei's. Where do you get the confidence to boast? Li Fei had told the purple-spiked celestial emperor about Duan Lingtian before. Li Fei was certain that Duan Lingtian's innate talent was not comparable to hers after she had been baptized by the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine offering land. The purple-spiked celestial emperor had also told her senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor, about this. Kong Yui had only learned about this from his father. For this reason, Kong Yui felt Duan Lingtian's innate talent was far inferior to Li Fei's. If you don't listen to me, I'll tear your mouth off. Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave when he saw Kong Yui was still pestering him even though he had ignored him several times. His eyes were cold when he turned to look at Kong Yui. Kong Yui was stunned for a moment before he laughed. Tear my mouth off? Brat, do you know that I'm a celestial emperor? In terms of cultivation base and strength, I'm much stronger than junior sister Li Fei. You're about the same age as junior sister Li Fei, but your innate talent is inferior to hers. Perhaps you're not even a celestial king, right? You think you can tear my mouth off? What a joke! Kong Yui said disdainfully as he looked at Duan Lingtian. Of course, you can try. However, you better think about it carefully. If you make a move, I won't hold back. Even if you're junior sister Li Fei's husband. A mocking smile appeared on Kong Yui's face when he finished speaking. Kong Yui! Li Fei cried out angrily. Her expression changed drastically when she saw Kong Yui's roar. Duan Lingtian's robes fluttered as a powerful spatial energy surged out of his body. Since you want me to tear your mouth off so badly, I'll fulfill your wish. Duan Lingtian's celestial origin energy and the law of space's fused profundities were a one basic celestial emperor. Buzz! Buzz! Before Kong Yui could react, Duan Lingtian had already used the fused profundities of the transportation profundities and the teleportation profundities to send two space blades toward Kong Yui. Stop! The purple-spiked celestial emperor was shocked by Duan Lingtian's strength. Her expression changed drastically as she tried to stop Kong Yui. However, Walao had his eyes fixed on her. End of chapter. Chapter 34:16. Chi. 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 The purple-spiked celestial emperor's cold aura surged in the air again. This time, the purple-spiked celestial emperor had made her move. Master, please show mercy! Li Fei's face went grim when she saw the bone-piercing cold air cover the sky and cover the earth as it swept over and enveloped her husband. Her figure flashed as she wanted to help Duan Lingtian block this attack. However, as soon as she made her move, 2 strands of ice shot out from the ground and bound her legs like ropes, preventing her from moving at all. The terrifying ice energy shot toward Duan Lingtian in an attempt to stop Duan Lingtian from hurting Kong Yui. Kong Yui was the only son of her senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If something happened to him, it would be difficult for her to explain herself to her senior brother. In fact, it was already too late for the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor to make a move. She had only made a move because she wanted Duan Lingtian to back off and not hurt Kong Yui again. However, Duan Lingtian did not seem to notice the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack at all. With just a thought, the space blade that was about to reach Kong Yui's mouth swept through the air. Rip! Rip! Kong Yui's mouth was cut open on both sides. Moreover, the space blade continued to wreak havoc in his mouth, making it impossible for him to heal his wounds with his celestial origin energy. Since he could not heal his wounds, he could not stop the pain. The intense pain caused Kong Yui's eyes to widen. His expression changed drastically as he screamed in agony. Duan! Ling! Tian! The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's voice turned cold. At the same time, the temperature in the air increased as though winter had arrived. At the same time, she no longer held back. She wanted to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. When she arrived in front of Duan Lingtian, the frost energy that enveloped Duan Lingtian's head became even colder. One could clearly see the scene of a raging cold air. Upon seeing this, Li Fei's expression changed again. No! However, just as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack was about to land on Duan Lingtian, a loud explosion rang in the air. Boom! Rumble! In the void, a rumbling sound rang out. The exploding flames lit up like sparks of fire and spread out, forming a net of fire. The fire net hovered above Duan Lingtian's head and easily blocked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor Duan Lingtian had no intention of killing Duan Lingtian's attack. She only wanted to teach Duan Lingtian a lesson. However, she did not expect her attack would be blocked by someone else. Moreover, the person who blocked her attack was none other than her true disciple, Duan Lingtian, the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, it's not up to you to teach my young master a lesson. Hua Lao stepped forward. At this moment, he did not look like a servant at all. His entire body was burning with raging flames. Furthermore, it was not an ordinary flame. The golden flames were clearly much stronger than ordinary flames. Humph! The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression turned cold when she realized Elder Hua did not come with good intentions. She raised her hands, and an ice spike that was more than 10 meters long appeared in the air before it shot toward Elder Hua. Swoosh! The icicle pierced through the air like an ice arrow, mercilessly whistling through the air. She did not want to injure her true disciple, Li Fei, her junior nephew, Kong Yui, or Li Fei's husband, Duan Lingtian. She did not want to injure or kill any of them. She only had one target at this moment. It was the red-clad old man who had appeared behind Duan Lingtian. Good timing! Hua Lao narrowed his eyes when he saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attack. At the same time, his red robes fluttered even though there was no wind. In the next moment, Elder Hua's eyes narrowed. In an instant, his eyes seemed to have formed 2 flaming vortexes. Subsequently, a fiery light shot out from each of the 2 vortexes. The 2 flames intertwined with each other, condensing and compressing along with the spinning energy. Finally, they turned into a scorching hot arrow, meeting the oncoming icicles head-on. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming arrow shot through the air. At this moment, the terrifying flame energy seemed to have condensed into a single point before it launched its attack. On the other hand, the ice arrow that was emitting a frigid aura was no different from the flaming arrow. Ice and fire finally collided with each other amidst Kong Yui's miserable screams. There was no earth-shattering collision. As soon as the 2 arrows collided, the flames gradually extinguished, and the ice gradually melted. It was as though the collision had ended in silence. In the end, the flame arrow was completely extinguished, and the ice arrow was completely melted. This round of collision was a draw. The purple-spiked Celestial Emperor looked at Hualao warily. She knew Hualao's strength was not inferior to hers. Moreover, when Hualao made his move, she sensed a faint aura from his body. It was the aura of a celestial beast. Moreover, it was a terrifying flame celestial beast. At the very least, it was a peak celestial beast that was close to becoming a divine beast. If Hualao had reverted to his true form, she might not be a match for him. At this moment, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor said, "Fei, tell your husband to stop. Even if Yu Yi's words were harsh, he has already learned his lesson." In just a blink of an eye, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor withdrew her cold aura as though she had never made a move. She looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, a hint of surprise could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Duan Lingtian. Initially, she thought Li Fei's husband, who was not as talented as Li Fei and was about the same age as Li Fei, would be much weaker than Li Fei. It was only when Hualao made a move against Kong Yui that the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor realized she was wrong. Not only was Li Fei's husband a basic Celestial Emperor who was younger than 1,000 years old like Kong Yui, but he had also comprehended all the profundities from the law of space to the mastery stage. Moreover, he had also comprehended multiple combinations of the profundities from the law of space. She had never seen or heard of someone who had such achievements at the age of 300. She knew she had misjudged Hualao. Her disciple, Li Fei's husband, was the true monstrous genius. In front of him, not to mention Kong Yui, even her disciple Li Fei was overshadowed. They were like grains of light, unable to compete with the radiance of the moon. Li Fei heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Duan Lingtian was fine. At the same time, she glanced at Elder Hui in shock. She did not expect Elder Hui to possess such strength. She knew about Hualao's existence when she was still in the mundane realm. She also knew that Hualao was suspected to have perished. However, she did not expect that he had only gone missing. She did not expect Hualao to not only leave the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda, but he also possessed such terrifying strength. He was not inferior to her master, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor. After all, her master, the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor, was one of the strongest titled Celestial Emperors under the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Although the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor was the latest to join the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, her strength was not inferior to her two senior brothers. "Scoundrel, let him go!" Li Fei glanced at Kong Yui and was also amused by the scene in front of her. Kong Yui's cheeks were torn open on both sides and were badly mutilated. However, there was no way to treat them. Kong Yui's strength was completely suppressed by Duan Lingtian's strength. At this moment, Kong Yui's cries were getting softer and softer. He was clearly tired of screaming. Upon hearing the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yui looked at Li Fei with a pleading expression on his face. It was as though he was begging Li Fei to help him. Swoosh! Upon hearing Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian raised his hand and withdrew his spatial energy. At this moment, a green light shone on Kong Yui's cheeks. It did not take long for his wounds to return to normal, as though nothing had happened. Kong Yui had comprehended the law of wood that specialized in healing. Therefore, it was easy for him to heal his injuries. When Duan Lingtian tore open his mouth, he did not injure his vital organs. To him, it was merely a flesh wound. However, it was an extremely painful flesh wound. After Duan Lingtian withdrew his hand, he did not even look at Kong Yui. Instead, he turned to look at the purple-spiked Celestial Emperor. Initially, Kong Yui was looking at Duan Lingtian in fear. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking away, a hint of anger flashed in the depths of his eyes. At this moment, he wanted nothing more than to kill Duan Lingtian. However, after witnessing the scene earlier, he knew he was no match for Duan Lingtian. Although they were both basic Celestial Emperors, Duan Lingtian's comprehension of the profundities from the law of space was much more profound than his. "How's this possible?" Isn't he about the same age as junior sister Li Fei? How can he be so strong? As far as Kong Yui was concerned, Duan Lingtian's strength was many times stronger than Li Fei's, who had a higher natural talent than him. Was this really the man that Li Fei said had a natural talent inferior to hers? At this moment, Kong Yui felt as though he had been tricked by Li Fei. However, he seemed to have forgotten about this. He had heard this from his father. Yui, you can leave now. At this moment, the purple spiked celestial emperor said to Kong Yui. After all, Duan Lingtian was the husband of her true disciple, Li Fei. If it were not for the fact that she had no other choice, she would not have made things worse. After all, she had to take her disciple, Li Fei, into consideration. Moreover, based on the strength Duan Lingtian had displayed and the strength of the people around him, he could faintly sense that Duan Lingtian, who wanted to bring Li Fei away, did not have a simple background. Yes, third junior aunt. Kong Yui responded and left. The moment he turned around, his face began to distort, becoming exceptionally sinister. He would never forget what had happened today for the rest of his life. After all, Duan Lingtian had humiliated him in front of the woman he had taken a fancy to. Duan Lingtian. Just you wait! Just you wait! When he left, Kong Yui's rationality was completely destroyed by the flames of anger. Chapter 34:17. Duan Lingtian was unaware of Kong Yui's vengeful nature. Even if he knew, he would not care. Initially, Duan Lingtian did not want to bicker with Kong Yui. However, since Kong Yui had gone overboard, he could not be blamed. Since Kong Yui had already made a move, Duan Lingtian was, naturally, not afraid of offending Kong Yui. After listening to Li Fei's words, Duan Lingtian no longer paid any attention to Kong Yui. After all, Kong Yui was merely a clown to him. Duan Lingtian looked at the purple spike celestial emperor and said, Purple spike celestial emperor, I'm little Feier's husband. Naturally, I won't hold her back. If I don't have a better cultivation environment and resources for her, I won't bring her away. You can't even begin to imagine how important she is to me, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. He knew the purple spike celestial emperor would no longer look down on him and Hualao. Indeed, this was the truth. Earlier, Duan Lingtian and Hualao's attacks had shocked the purple spike celestial emperor. She realized her disciple Li Fei's husband was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian was about the same age as her disciple Li Fei, but he had already achieved so much. This was not something that could be explained by luck. In this world, only the fittest survived, and the strong were revered. Even the purple spike celestial emperor respected this rule. For this reason, after witnessing Duan Lingtian and Hualao's strength, not only did she not hold it against Duan Lingtian for attacking Kong Yui, but her gaze had also softened when she looked at Duan Lingtian. It seems like you've had a better life than Feier. You're not even 400 years old, right? The purple spike celestial emperor asked. Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. However, when the purple spike celestial emperor asked about his age, he could not help but think about his other wife, Ker, and the divine offering land in the realms of gods that had been completely closed. Currently, there were only about 600 years left before the space tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms would reopen. If Duan Lingtian was still in the past, he would have been satisfied with his current achievements. However, he was not satisfied with his current achievements. After all, there were different ranks among the titled celestial emperors. The weaker titled celestial emperors would only be given the title of 1-star god of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield, while the stronger titled celestial emperors would be given the title of 7-star god of war or 8-star god of war. Those who stood at the top of the pyramid of titled celestial emperors were 9-star gods of war. The 9-star gods of war were all half-step gods, or demigods for short. They had reached a level above 10 directions celestial emperors. At the same time, they had comprehended heaven-defying laws. In order to reach that level, one had to comprehend the profundities to a certain level. The difference between a 10 directions celestial emperor and a 10 directions celestial emperor was not as simple as a breakthrough in one's cultivation base. One's soul had to be refined as well. The refinement of one's soul depended on one's comprehension of profundities. Scoundrel! He's even stronger than me now? In fact, Li Fei was already shocked when Duan Lingtian defeated Kong Yui. However, her master, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, had spoken to her and interrupted her train of thought. Now that the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had asked about Duan Lingtian's age and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's attitude toward Duan Lingtian, Li Fei immediately shifted her attention back to this matter. She did not expect her husband would be stronger than her in just a few hundred years. It should be known that before this, in Li Fei's opinion, the only person by her side was her younger sister, Ker. Due to her extraordinary status in her past life and her current achievements in the world of divine remains, everyone else, including her husband, Duan Lingtian, was inferior to her. I'm not an unreasonable person. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei with a gentle expression on her face. At the same time, her voice softened as she spoke to Duan Lingtian as she said, Although Fei has only been my disciple for a few hundred years, I treat her like my own daughter. This is because she obtained the legacy I left behind in the mundane realm. I am a person who believes in fate. It is precisely because of this that I feel that Fei is the best gift that the heavens have given me. She continued to say, You're her husband, and you even have a child with her. I know how important you are to her. I won't force her to stay by my side. I only hope that she'll have a better future. If you can provide her with a better cultivation environment and resources, I won't force her to stay by my side. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words clearly confirmed her stance on this matter. She only wanted the best for Li Fei. She would not force Li Fei to stay by her side even if she was reluctant to do so. Master. Li Fei trembled slightly when she heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. An expression of guilt appeared on her face. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Before Duan Lingtian could speak, Hua Lao, who was standing behind him, said, You don't have to worry about this. What the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven can provide for the young madam, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven can provide for her as well. The Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Upon hearing Hua Lao's words, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes widened in shock. Although she had guessed Duan Lingtian was supported by a heavenly palace from a Devata realm or a heaven-grade force, she did not expect the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven to be the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. In the past, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven was, at most, as famous as the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, had once fought her master to a draw. Later on, Feng Qingyang had been trapped in the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. At that time, her master had told her that Feng Qingyang might not be the strongest Heavenly Emperor in the Devata realms, but he was definitely the one with the highest innate talent. He was also one of the few people who had the highest chance of becoming a god among the group of celestial emperors who had yet to become a god. If that Feng Qingyang dies in the Azura Hell, it can only be said that the heavens are jealous of his talent. If he can come out, he will be like a carp leaping over the dragon gate, soaring through the 9 heavens in one day. These were the exact words of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor clearly remembered them. Not only was Qinqiubo a titled Celestial Emperor, but he was also one of the strongest 7-star gods of war in the 9 Serenities battlefield. Not only was Qinqiubo a titled Celestial Emperor, but he was also a famous titled Celestial Emperor in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. At that time, her master, the Heavenly Darch of the Floating Heaven, had guessed that the Heavenly Darch of the Floating Heaven would not be able to escape. It was highly likely that Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, had a fortuitous encounter in the Azura Hell. Even if he did not become a god, he was definitely one of the strongest 8-star gods of war or even a 9-star god of war. It was only natural that a heavenly emperor's heavenly palace in a Devata realm would rise in status as well. In other words, after Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, killed Qinqiubo, one of the strongest seven-star gods of war, and reclaimed the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, the status of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had reached a level that most heavenly palaces in the Devata realms could not compare to. This included the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Why you're currently in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? The purple-spiked celestial emperor asked in confusion as she looked at Duan Lingtian. At this moment, a crazy idea popped up in her mind. Could Duan Lingtian be the disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? It was said that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang, only had a few nominal disciples. Could it be that Duan Lingtian was one of his nominal disciples? Yes. Duan Lingtian nodded. Therefore, you don't have to worry about little Fei not having a better cultivation environment and resources after leaving the heavenly palace of the floating heaven with me. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven will also do its best to nurture her. Naturally, Duan Lingtian only said these words out loud. Naturally, he would not be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment and resources provided by the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Instead, he would be able to provide Li Fei with the cultivation environment in his little world that was comparable to a realm of gods. After all, the cultivation environment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven could not compare to it. Currently, both Han Xuanai and Duan Lingtian had discovered the wonders of Duan Lingtian's little world. They could not help but cultivate in it. Are you the nominal disciple of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang? The purple-spiked celestial emperor asked. If you're not, then Feier's treatment in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven is definitely not as good as the treatment in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Nominal disciple? Duan Lingtian was taken aback by the purple-spiked celestial emperor's words. Then, he shook his head. You're not? The purple-spiked celestial emperor frowned. Her expression turned cold as she said, If you're not, how can Feier be treated in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? I suggest she stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Purple-spiked celestial emperor. Hualao looked at the purple-spiked celestial emperor indifferently and said, The young master isn't the heavenly emperor's nominal disciple. She's the heavenly emperor's only true disciple. Even if the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven meet as equals, if both of you are traveling with the young master, the two of you will only be equal. Hualao said. As soon as Hualao finished speaking, the purple-spiked celestial emperor's eyes widened in shock. True disciple? Based on what she knew, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, did not have a true disciple. How did he suddenly have a true disciple? Was he only recently recruited? However, if it was only recently, how could Duan Lingtian possess such strength at such a young age? Chapter 34:18. In the Purple Spike Immortal Emperor's opinion, if a person wanted to have Duan Lingtian's current strength before the age of 400, it was definitely not something that could be done overnight. If Duan Lingtian had entered the tutelage of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, it would make sense for him to possess such strength. However, if he had just entered the tutelage of the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, it would mean that his strength had nothing to do with the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven. However, was this possible? If Duan Lingtian's strength had nothing to do with heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, then where did his strength come from? This was not something that could be achieved by luck alone. Li Fei was her favorite disciple. Li Fei had obtained her legacy in the mundane realm and was brought to the floating heaven in the Devata realm by her subordinates before she ascended to a Devata realm. Li Fei had received Li Fei's guidance without any reservation. However, even so, Li Fei's current strength was still far from Duan Lingtian's. I've never heard that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven has a true disciple. The purple-spiked celestial emperor frowned slightly as she looked at Hualao. She did not suspect that Hualao was lying because it was easy to tell if he was telling the truth. However, she was puzzled. Why did Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven suddenly have a true disciple? It didn't happen before, but that doesn't mean it doesn't happen now. Elder Hu smiled faintly. Before my young master ascended to the Devata realm, he had already obtained the legacy left behind by our Lord Heavenly Emperor in the mundane realm. At that time, our Lord Heavenly Emperor had been paying attention to him. Later on, Lord Heavenly Emperor came out of the Azura Hell and wanted to find him and take him in as a disciple. Unfortunately, even after searching for a long time, we were unable to find him. There's no need for you to doubt it. The young master's current strength has nothing to do with the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Young master's talent and opportunities are not something you can imagine, Hualao said. He obtained the inheritance of Celestial Emperor Feng Qingyang when he was in the mundane plane? The purple spike Celestial Emperor was stunned. The Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven left behind an inheritance in the mundane realm? At this time, even Li Fei looked at Duan Lingtian curiously. Little Feier. When he saw Duan Lingtian looking at him, Duan Lingtian smiled and said, I'm sure you know the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. I know. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei was even more confused. That Heavenly Emperor is called Feng Qingyang. Duan Lingtian looked at Li Fei and continued. As for my sect in the mundane plane, the Seven Absolute sect, the previous generation's first absolute, the Misty Rain lineage's first absolute, was also called Feng Qingyang. What? Naturally, Li Fei was aware of the Seven Absolute sect. However, she did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, who was famous in the Devata realms, was from the same mundane realm as her. In the past, Li Fei had learned a lot about the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven from the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. She knew the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was an extraordinary figure. She did not expect the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was not only from the same mundane realm as her, but he was also closely related to her husband. She knew her husband had obtained the Seven Absolute Sects Fog Rain progeny's legacy in the mundane realm. She had also come into contact with most of the successors of the other progenies in the Seven Absolute sect. Her younger sister, Tian Wu, was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. Han Xuanai, who had been with her and Duan Lingtian for hundreds of years, was also a member of the Seven Absolute sect. I see. I understand now. Realization dawned on Li Fei. When the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at her in confusion, she briefly explained to her husband that Duan Lingtian had obtained the first absolutes of the Seven Absolute Sect's first absolutes, the Fog Rain progeny, in the mundane realm. However, I didn't know Senior Feng Qingyang and the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven were the same person. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's eyes lit up when she heard Li Fei's words. Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had risen the fastest among all the Heavenly Emperors in the Devata realms. Moreover, it seemed like he did not intend to accept any formal disciples at all. Who knew he had left behind such a legacy in the mundane realm? Naturally, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew the significance of Feng Qingyang's legacy in the mundane realm. It meant he was fated to be the successor of his legacy. When one's cultivation reached a certain level, what was more important was not just one's talent and perception. Even if this was a factor, it was more of a matter of fate. Fate was determined by the heavens. Even if it was her, a large part of the reason why she was so nice to Li Fei was because of this. Otherwise, why did she not accept Duan Yintian and Han Xuanai, who came to the heavenly palace of the floating heaven together with Li Fei, even though their innate talent was not inferior to Li Fei's? Feier, if you have time in the future, please come back and visit me often. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor sighed. She knew that since Li Fei had followed Duan Lingtian to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, she would not be treated any worse than she was in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Therefore, if she allowed Li Fei to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, it would be tantamount to separating them. She could not bring herself to do such a thing. Moreover, she also knew that her actions would only make Li Fei bear a grudge against her. Master. Upon hearing the purple-spiked celestial emperor's words, Li Fei was clearly moved. Her eyes reddened as she said, I'll definitely come back to visit you often. In my heart, you're not only my master, but you're also my mother. As soon as Li Fei finished speaking, she looked at Duan Lingtian and said, Scoundrel, I want to stay in the floating heaven for another 2 years. Come and get me after 2 years. Take Nian Tian and Xuanai with you. I want to accompany you for another 2 years so I can fulfill my filial piety. Li Fei said, I hope you can understand me. Of course I understand. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. It's only 2 years. I'll wait for you in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Now that Duan Lingtian had found all his friends and family, it could be said that he had accomplished his goal of leaving the floating heaven. He did not mind staying in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye. Thank you? Li Fei was touched by Duan Lingtian's words. You don't have to thank me. We're husband and wife. Duan Lingtian shook his head and smiled. Then, he looked at Hualao and said, Hualao, I plan to stay in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for another 2 years. Do you want to return to the floating heaven first, or do you want to stay here with me for another 2 years? It's only 2 years. I'll accompany you, young master, Hualao said with a smile. It was not only Duan Lingtian who felt that 2 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. It was the same for Hualao as well. In fact, in Elder Hua's view of time, a short 2 years was nothing at all. This was because he had lived longer than Duan Lingtian. It was just like how a person with a monthly salary of $100,000 would view $100 differently from a person with a monthly salary of $10,000. The latter would not think much of it. The former would not think much of it. Silly child, there's no need for you to do this. The purple-spiked celestial emperor looked at Li Fei emotionally as she said, There's no need for you to do this. Master, I've made up my mind. Li Fei shook her head and said, I don't plan to cultivate for the next 2 years. I'll stay by your side to fulfill my filial piety. Although I can come back whenever I want, I won't be able to see you every day like now. Just as the atmosphere became a little warm, a loud voice with a little bit of anger suddenly came from the sky. Third junior sister, your senior brother is here to visit. The purple-spiked celestial emperor frowned when she heard the voice. She did not expect someone would come and ruin the atmosphere at this moment. Second senior brother, if there's nothing urgent, I'll pay you a visit another day. Right now, I have some things to do. I'm busy right now, the purple-spiked celestial emperor replied. The owner of the voice was none other than the purple-spiked celestial emperor's second senior brother, the almighty wind celestial emperor. It was not difficult for the purple-spiked celestial emperor to guess why the almighty wind celestial emperor was here. Based on how protective her second senior brother was, he must be here to stand up for his only son, Kong Yui. If it was before, she would have thought that she would need to protect Duan Lingtian. However, at this moment, she knew Duan Lingtian did not need her protection at all. In fact, if her master, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, found out about this, he would definitely reprimand her second senior brother. What a joke! How could she offend Feng Qingyang, the only true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Was that not equivalent to causing trouble for the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven? Third junior sister, are you trying to protect Duan Lingtian? The voice rang again. This time, 2 figures entered the purple-spiked celestial emperor's residence. One of them was none other than Kong Yui, who was beaten up by Duan Lingtian and had to leave in a sorry state. But now, there was another person in front of him. It was a tall middle-aged man in a loose green robe. His face was like jade, and there was a sense of dignity between his eyebrows. Moreover, he was somewhat similar to him. Third junior sister. The middle-aged man was none other than the almighty wind celestial emperor, the second true disciple of the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He was also the purple-spiked celestial emperor's second senior brother. Second senior brother, didn't you hear what I said? Don't you think it's a little too much for you to enter the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence without an invitation? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she saw the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor entering the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence without an invitation. She even dismissed the idea of reminding the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor that Duan Lingtian was the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, Feng Qingyang. Initially, she did not want her second senior brother to be taken advantage of. However, now that her second senior brother had acted so recklessly, she was infuriated. Third junior sister. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor shook his head and said, I know you dote on your disciples, but shouldn't I dote on my son as well? Someone bullied him, and yet I'm not allowed to stand up for him. Father! He's Duan Lingtian! Kong Yui, who was standing behind the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, pointed at Duan Lingtian with a dark expression on his face. At the same time, a hint of hatred could be seen in his eyes. End of this chapter. Chapter 34:19. A hint of hatred could be seen in Kong Yuyi's eyes as he glared at Duan Lingtian. Although he could easily recover from the injuries Duan Lingtian had inflicted on him, he would never forget the pain he had to endure for the rest of his life. His life had been smooth sailing, and he had never suffered such hardships before. Not to mention other people, even his father, no matter how big of a mistake he made, had never punished him like this. Most importantly, he was furious. Duan Lingtian dared to humiliate him in front of the woman he had been pursuing. Most importantly, he was jealous that Duan Lingtian was Li Fei's husband. He was also jealous that Li Fei had always treated him coldly because of Duan Lingtian. Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was already in a bad mood since Li Fei was about to leave. Now that the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had come looking for trouble with Duan Lingtian, was he not looking for trouble? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said in a low voice. I saw everything that happened. Although Duan Lingtian's actions were a little too extreme, he was forced to do so. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said in a deep voice, Young people, who doesn't have a temper? As far as I know, even you, second senior brother, when you were young, you destroyed the entire family behind a woman because she would rather die than be with you. Compared to what you've done in the past, Duan Lingtian's actions pale in comparison. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone turned colder as she spoke. What? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened as his eyes flashed coldly. Third junior sister, are you trying to protect him? Just because he's the husband of your most beloved disciple? Second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said indifferently. It's best to stop before going too far. Humph. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor glanced at Duan Lingtian coldly before he scoffed. Third junior sister, if it weren't for you, he would have kneeled and kowtowed to my son if he wanted to live. Today, for third junior sister's sake, I won't need him to kneel and kowtow to apologize to my son. He only needs to bow and apologize. Father! Kong Yui, who was standing next to the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, cried out in alarm. We can't let him go so easily. In his opinion, this was too easy for Duan Lingtian. After all, his opponent had forcefully cut open his mouth, and then suppressed his celestial origin energy to prevent him from healing his injuries. He had personally experienced the pain of being cut open for a very long time. He had already made up his mind that even if Duan Lingtian did not die, he would at least be crippled. However, who would have thought his father's father? He of his life, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's, of his father's life, of his life? However, when Kong Yui heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission, he immediately shut his mouth. Nevertheless, his eyes were still filled with anger and resentment. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said, Your third junior aunt's strength is no longer inferior to mine. It's only a matter of time before she surpasses me. Furthermore, although your Grand Master has 3 personal disciples, the one he dotes on the most is your third martial uncle. Since she wants to protect Duan Lingtian, I can't go too far in front of her. These were the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Apart from that, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor added, we can't go too far in front of your third junior aunt. However, as long as he's not in front of your third junior aunt, we can do whatever we want to him. Now, all we have to do is to regain our dignity and make your third junior aunt think we're willing to let this matter go. As long as your third junior aunt thinks we won't make a move on him, she won't pay too much attention to his safety in the future. That's the only way we'll succeed. As he finished speaking, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's tone was filled with bone-piercing coldness, causing Kong Yui to feel relieved. Father, you're really thoughtful. Kong Yui transmitted his voice with a smile. I can't help it. Your third junior aunt has grown too quickly. Even I have to be wary of her. Furthermore, the person that your Grandmaster values the most is also her. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed. HM? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was taken aback when she heard the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asking Duan Lingtian to bow and apologize. Since when did her second senior brother become so lenient? However, when she thought that the other party might be afraid of her, she felt relieved. Although the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor knew her Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already compromised, she still shook her head and said, Second senior brother, based on your words, it's obvious you don't intend to look into this matter. Why don't you do me a favor and let this matter go? At this moment, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's tone had softened. Naturally, she knew she was helping the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. After all, if the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor really did something to Duan Lingtian, he would not even know how he died. Although she could tell the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor about Duan Lingtian's background and use it to intimidate the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, however, after thinking about it for a moment, she decided against it. She wanted to resolve this matter with her own strength. Third junior sister, he's just bowing and apologizing. Are you not going to let him do it? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression turned unsightly. Second senior brother, please do me a favor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with a determined expression on her face. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at each other for a moment before the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sighed and said, Forget it. Let's leave this matter at that. I'll do you a favor, third junior sister. As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Duan Lingtian with a sneer on his face. You're Duan Lingtian, right? Brat, you're really lucky. If it weren't for third junior sister's protection, I wouldn't have let you off so easily. As soon as he finished speaking, he beckoned his son, Kong Yui, to leave the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence with him. As soon as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and Kong Yui left, their eyes glinted coldly as though they were about to devour Duan Lingtian. From the beginning until the end, Duan Lingtian remained silent as he watched the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor deal with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Although he could scare the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor away with the name of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, this was, after all, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's territory. Thank you, Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. After Kong Yui and Kong Yui left, Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. There's nothing to thank me for. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor shook her head as she looked at Duan Lingtian meaningfully. I'm only doing this because I don't want second senior brother to have any conflict with the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. There's no need to thank me. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said. Perhaps I should be the one to thank you. After all, even without me, you don't have to be afraid of my second senior brother, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor raised an eyebrow and said, Duan Lingtian, I've already sent a message to my master about you. My master asked me to bring you to him. He asked me to bring Hualao with me as well. After that, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Hualao. After nodding slightly at Hualao, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at Li Fei and said with a smile, Fei, your Grandmaster asked you to come with him as well. Under the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's lead, Duan Lingtian, Li Fei, and Hualao went to meet the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. The purple-spiked celestial emperor led them to a seemingly barren forest after they left the place where they were cultivating. However, when the purple-spiked celestial emperor raised her hand, the forest before them transformed into a vast valley. In the valley, birds and beasts could be seen everywhere. Any random bird or beast was emitting waves of extraordinary aura. They were all immortal beasts that had cultivated to a certain level. Upon seeing the purple-spiked celestial emperor, the birds and beasts made way for her. Their eyes were filled with awe and veneration. At the same time, many of the birds and beasts with relatively high cultivation bases looked at Hualao, who was following behind Duan Lingtian, and Li Fei with a hint of fear in their eyes. It was obvious they could tell Hualao was a celestial beast. Moreover, Hualao was a celestial beast of a much higher grade than them. Although he did not revert to his true form, the aura he exuded was enough to intimidate them. Master! The purple-spiked celestial emperor brought Duan Lingtian and his two companions to a lake in the middle of the valley. She bowed respectfully at the old man who was sitting in the air above the lake. The lake was calm, and the water was so clear that one could see the bottom. Not a single fish could be seen in the lake. In the air above the lake, the owner of the old figure was also wearing a long green robe. When he entered the sight of the jade-green lake water, they seemed to match each other quite well. Master, I brought the people you want to meet. The purple-spiked celestial emperor continued to speak respectfully as she looked at the old man's back. As soon as the purple-spiked celestial emperor finished speaking, the old man who was sitting in the air above the lake finally turned around under Duan Lingtian's watchful eyes. This was an old man wearing a long green robe. He had a head full of white hair, but his skin was exceptionally delicate and tender. He had white hair and a youthful face. There was nothing more than this. When the old man's eyes suddenly lit up, they were like the bright stars in the night sky, beautiful and eye-catching. Fei. The old man dressed in a green robe, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, looked at Li Fei with a smile on his face. How long has it been since we last met? 10 years? 20 years? Li Fei bowed and replied respectfully. Grandmaster, it has been 19 years since we last met. I didn't expect it would be 19 years in just a blink of an eye. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven sighed. What's even more surprising is that you've reunited with your husband after 19 years. Why don't you introduce us? As soon as the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven finished speaking, he turned to look at Duan Lingtian. Grandmaster, this is my husband, Duan Lingtian. Li Fei held Duan Lingtian's hand, and when she introduced Duan Lingtian, her face and eyes were brimming with a brilliant and happy smile. Chapter 34:20. Haha! It's rare to see you so happy. The heavenly emperor of the floating heaven laughed as he looked at Duan Lingtian. I didn't expect Feier's husband to be a true disciple of an old friend of mine. Duan Lingtian, your master, heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang, once challenged me to a duel, and we ended in a draw. Although he said he would look for me again after he made a breakthrough, I'm certain he knew I was wrong. However, I knew that regardless of whether he came to find me or not, I was definitely no match for him at that time. Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang is one of the most extraordinary people I've ever met. He didn't have many fortuitous encounters in his life, and he had to rely on himself. Through the sword Tao, he has comprehended the law of destruction. He has even mastered the law of destruction. When you fight with him, you will feel that the laws that are extremely difficult to comprehend in the eyes of others are as easy as pie to him. After saying so much, I still haven't introduced myself. I'm the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Yan Yun Xiao. In terms of seniority, you can address me as senior uncle. After all, your master, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, also addressed me as old brother. The smile on Yang Yun Xiao's face widened as he spoke. Senior Uncle Yang. Yan Yun Xiao was the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Moreover, he was an old acquaintance of Senior Feng Qingyang. Most importantly, he was Feier's grandmaster. Naturally, Duan Lingtian did not dare to be disrespectful in front of him. Haha! Yan Yun Xiao's smile widened when he heard Duan Lingtian's greeting. Then, he lifted his hand and took something out of his spatial ring. Take this as a gift for our first meeting. As soon as he finished speaking, he lifted his hand, and a dull pearl hovered in front of Duan Lingtian. Senior Uncle Yang, I can't accept this. Duan Lingtian shook his head. Although he did not know what Yang Yunxiao had taken out, it was clear it was not an ordinary item since a heavenly emperor kept it in his spatial ring and took it out as a gift. Keep it, Yang Yunxiao said with a smile. This is a treasure I found in the 9 Serenities battlefield. It's very special. It can be deformed by force, but it won't be destroyed. Even the power that can destroy a storage ring will not be able to destroy it. It will only be squeezed out of shape. I've studied it for tens of thousands of years, but I haven't been able to figure out anything. Today, when you came to see me, I thought of what I could give you as a greeting gift. Your master doesn't lack anything either. Then I immediately thought of it. Even though I don't know what it is, and I can't figure out anything from it, I still have a feeling that it's not as simple as it seems, Yang Yunxiao said. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly. Since it's such a precious thing, I can't accept it. After hearing Yang Yunxiao's words, Duan Lingtian naturally realized the value of the round bead in Yang Yunxiao's hand. If even the power that could destroy a storage ring could not destroy it, how could it be ordinary? If you don't accept it, could it be that you don't want to acknowledge me as your martial uncle? Yang Yunxiao asked with a glare. Duan Lingtian smiled wryly. Whether it was Yang Yunxiao's enthusiasm or the heavenly emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven's enthusiasm, it was difficult for him to accept it. It was precisely because of this that Duan Lingtian further realized the influence of his master whom he had never met. Even the heavenly emperors of 2 Devata realms treated him with respect. Although Duan Lingtian had not met Feng Qingyang and did not know the extent of Feng Qingyang's relationship with the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, he could tell they were just acquaintances. How could the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven be willing to give away a treasure that he had studied in the 9 Serenities battlefield for tens of thousands of years? Based on this, one could see how much he valued Duan Lingtian. In the end, Duan Lingtian accepted the round bead from Yang Yunxiao. It was not only because of Yang Yunxiao's insistence, but it was also because Huang'er, the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, had spoken to him. Master, please accept this old man's gift. It's very useful to me. It'll give you a big surprise. Who was Huang'er? She was the soul of the prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. In fact, before she was the soul of the 7 orifices exquisite sword, she was already the soul of another prominent 7 orifices exquisite sword. At this moment, Duan Lingtian could not help but ask curiously, Huang'er, what's that? There are many names for this item in different realms of gods. All you need to know is that with this item, I'm confident I'll be able to turn the 7 orifices exquisite sword into a supreme-grade divine weapon. Duan Lingtian was shocked by Huang'er's words. A supreme-grade divine weapon? In the past, Duan Lingtian had asked Huang'er if the 7 orifices exquisite sword was the best divine weapon. At that time, Huang'er had said it was not. When Duan Lingtian had pressed her, Huang'er had told him there were supreme-grade divine weapons above prominent divine weapons. Naturally, supreme-grade divine weapons were extremely rare. They were usually in the hands of the leaders of the major forces in the realms of gods. Ordinary people would not be able to come into contact with them. Above supreme-grade divine weapons were supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon was personally forged by a supreme-grade divine weapon. It was not something an ordinary divine weapon could possess. Supreme-grade divine weapons were usually in the hands of a supreme-grade expert. Naturally, those close to a supreme-grade expert might possess a supreme-grade divine weapon as well. Master, the materials used to forge a supreme-grade divine weapon are no different from supreme-grade divine weapons. A supreme-grade divine weapon is a supreme-grade divine weapon stored in the body of a supreme-grade divine weapon and nurtured for 10,000 years by the supreme-grade divine weapon with supreme divine energy. However, although the materials used to forge the weapon are the same, the former can easily kill the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon and the former with a supreme-grade divine weapon. The difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a supreme-grade divine weapon is greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and a primitive divine weapon. In fact, it's even greater than the difference between a supreme-grade divine weapon and an emperor-grade celestial weapon. At that time, Duan Lingtian gained a deeper understanding of divine weapons. At the same time, he realized his 7 orifices exquisite sword could only be considered an average divine weapon in this world. A supreme-grade divine weapon. Upon hearing Huanger's words, Duan Lingtian felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Moreover, since Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, insisted on giving him the divine weapon, Duan Lingtian decided to accept it. Thank you, Senior Uncle Yang. That's right. A bright smile appeared on Yang Yunxiao's face when he saw Duan Lingtian accepting the divine weapon. Then, he shifted his gaze to Hualao, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian, and said, I've also heard of Celestial Emperor Jin Wu. Among the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's subordinates, you're second only to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. However, when I sparred with Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, you weren't in the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven yet. Or rather, you weren't under Feng Qingyang's command? Yang Yunxiao asked. Lord Heavenly Emperor, I only started following Lord Heavenly Emperor a few hundred years ago. Hualao replied respectfully. At this moment, even Duan Lingtian could tell Hualao was more respectful to Yang Yunxiao than to the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. Naturally, it was not difficult for Duan Lingtian to figure out the reason behind this. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was much stronger than the Heavenly Emperor of the Purple Revelation Heaven. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was only a 7-star god of war, while Yang Yunxiao was an 8-star god of war. As expected. Yang Yunxiao nodded in realization. When do you plan to leave? Yang Yunxiao asked with a smile on his face as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Li Fei. He looked like a kind elder looking at 2 juniors. Grand Master, Li Fei replied respectfully. I plan to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for another 2 years to accompany you before leaving. All right. Yang Yunxiao nodded. It's rare for you to be so filial. After he finished speaking, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and said, Junior nephew Duan and Hualao, please take good care of them. Yes, Master. Then Yang Yunxiao turned to look at Duan Lingtian and said, Junior nephew Duan, I'll be leaving the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for a period of time. If you have any problems in the Heavenly Palace, you can look for me. I understand, Senior and Yang. Duan Lingtian nodded. Yang Yunxiao watched as the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor brought Duan Lingtian and the others back to her place of cultivation. A month later. Duan Lingtian hasn't left yet? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asked with a slight frown on his face. Father, I've asked someone about it. Kong Yuyi's expression was grim as he said coldly, Duan Lingtian plans to stay in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven for 2 years before leaving with Li Fei. That bitch Li Fei said that she would accompany Third Martial Uncle for 2 years before leaving. Kong Yui said. 2 years? Upon hearing this, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's frown disappeared. 2 years will pass in just a blink of an eye. Let's just wait. Don't worry. I'll personally capture Duan Lingtian in 2 years. You can torture him to death in any way you want. However, you must kill him before your third martial uncle arrives. If your third junior aunt arrives and he's still alive, you can't make a move. I'm afraid she'll attack you in a fit of rage. As long as Duan Lingtian dies and we don't kill Li Fei, no matter how angry your third martial uncle is, he'll at most fight with me. At most, I'll be slightly injured. After that, this matter was left unsettled. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. Upon hearing the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up immediately. He gritted his teeth and said, In that case, we'll let Duan Lingtian live for another 2 years. 2 years later, I'll tear that Duan Lingtian to pieces in front of Li Fei. I'd like to see what kind of expression Li Fei will have when that time comes. Chapter 34:21. Since her master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, had instructed her to arrange a private courtyard for Duan Ling Tian in the valley she was staying in, she did not hesitate to arrange a private courtyard for him. She had also arranged for Elder Hu to stay in a courtyard nearby. It was quite a distance away from Duan Ling Tian's courtyard, so they could take care of each other. 2 years passed in just a blink of an eye for Hualao. Although 2 years was not a long time for Duan Ling Tian, it was enough for him to do many things and improve his strength. Scoundrel, there are formations in and out of this courtyard. Why did you set up a few more formations? Moreover, you even asked Sister Huaner to help you set up a few illusory formations. Li Fei looked at Duan Ling Tian curiously as she stood in the courtyard. At this moment, a woman dressed in a snow-white robe stood next to Duan Ling Tian. Her peerless beauty made her surroundings pale in comparison. She was none other than the woman who had set up a few illusory formations according to Duan Ling Tian's request. Huaner's true form was 1,000 Phantom's Ice Fox, a divine beast. She was naturally skilled in setting up formations. Although her strength was not comparable to a titled celestial emperor, her illusory formations would be difficult to decipher unless one was a god. The only way to decipher the formations was to force their way through. Otherwise, they would not be able to see what was happening inside the formations. You'll find out soon enough. Duan Ling Tian smiled mysteriously when he heard Li Fei's question. Then, he turned to Huaner and said, Huaner, after little Feier enters my little world, tell her about it. All right. Huaner nodded obediently. Your little world? Aren't all little worlds similar? Li Fei asked curiously. When Li Fei and Huaner entered Duan Ling Tian's little world, they discovered that her husband's little world was different from ordinary people's little world. This place was simply like a small independent plane. The heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The spiritual chi of heaven and earth seems to be. Li Fei was frightened and muttered in a low voice. Her eyes were filled with shock and disbelief. She couldn't believe that she could feel this kind of world energy here. At this moment, she even suspected that she was dreaming. I'm not dreaming, right? Feier. At this moment, Li Ro walked toward Li Fei and said with a smile, You're not dreaming, and you're not mistaken. The heaven and earth spirit energy here is exactly the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy in the world of divine offering. When Li Ro's voice fell, Li Fei had already quietly pinched herself. The sharp pain made her realize that she was not dreaming. Sister Fei, Huaner said. The heaven and earth spirit energy here was obtained by Brother Ling Tian from the ruins of a realm of gods. The world of divine offering is also a realm of gods, so it's only natural that the heaven and earth spirit energy there is the same as the heaven and earth spirit energy here. The ruins of a realm of gods? Li Fei was the disciple of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, and the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was the true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. For this reason, Li Fei knew about the ruins of a realm of gods. Scoundrel! He found the ruins of a realm of gods? Li Fei knew how lucky he was to find the ruins of a realm of gods. It was said that even in the 9 Serenities battlefield, a group of celestial emperors might not even have a chance to enter the ruins of a realm of gods. The ruins of a realm of gods had collapsed. All living beings in the realm of gods were dead, and countless divine weapons and treasures were scattered everywhere. In the Devata realms, the ruins of a realm of gods were widely acknowledged as the #1 treasure trove. However, not only did her husband find the ruins of a realm of gods, but he had also obtained the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realm of gods. How did he do it? How did he do it? Li Fei asked as she looked at Huaner in shock. She knew her husband had always been by his side throughout his journey in the Devata realms. Therefore, it was only natural that she knew more about him than anyone else. Sister Feier, the reason Brother Ling Tian was able to transfer the heaven and earth spirit energy in the ruins of a realm of gods into his little world is because of them, Huaner said. As she spoke, she looked at the 5 divine elements standing around the divine tree of life. Currently, the 5 divine elements were like colorful ribbons that twined around the divine tree of life. It was a dazzling sight to behold. They Li Fei looked at the 5 divine elements with a confused expression on her face. Those are the 5 divine elements, Juana replied. Do you know about the 5 divine elements, Sister Fei? Juana asked again. The 5 divine elements? At first, Li Fei didn't react, but now that she did, her expression changed greatly, and her pupils couldn't help but shrink. She knew what the 5 divine elements were. At this moment, she could not help but recall the words her master, the purple-spiked celestial emperor, had said to her. Fei, there are many treasures in this world. However, in the Devata realms, the most precious treasures are the 5 divine elements. It's only a matter of time before anyone becomes a god if they obtain a certain form of the 5 divine elements. If they're lucky, the 5 divine elements will grow even stronger. Even after becoming a god, they'll be able to carve out a place for themselves in the realms of gods. Based on this, one could see how precious the 5 divine elements were. Li Fei gasped inwardly as she looked at the 5-colored energy. Then she asked, Juana, do the 5 divine elements belong to Batty? Although Li Fei had only heard of the 5 divine elements and had never seen one before, she could still feel the aura of the 5 elemental law from the energy that looked like a 5-colored ribbon. In other words, there were 5 divine elements. The 5 divine elements that Zhang Xian was looking at wasn't just a single divine element but a mixture of all 5. Yes, they're all Brother Ling Tian's. Juana nodded. It feels like their forms are quite high as well? Li Fei asked. 4 of them are in the 7th form, and 1 of them is in the 8th form. Li Fei was stunned when she heard Juana's words. She did not expect her husband to have such a high form of the 5 divine elements. That tree. It seems like it's quite extraordinary as well. Soon, Li Fei regained her senses after a long while, and her attention was attracted by the tree surrounded by the 5 divine elements. When she learned that the divine tree of life was a tree of life in every realm of gods and that one could use it to comprehend the law of life, she was stunned. She did not expect her husband to have such a fortuitous encounter after hundreds of years. Batty must have encountered many difficulties and suffered a lot. Juana thought to herself. Li Fei felt a stab of pain in her heart. She knew one had to pay a price in order to obtain what he had. Her husband must have sacrificed a lot in order to obtain what he had. Most likely, he must have died many times. At this moment, Li Fei could not help but tear up. She looked at Juan and said softly, Juana, tell me what happened to you and Batty over the years. If you ask him to tell me, he'll definitely avoid the details. I believe you won't lie to me, right? Since Li Fei said so, how could Juan lie to her? After listening to her, Li Fei learned that her husband had been through a lot of hardships and obstacles on his way to becoming the celestial race. She did not expect there would be so many times where he would almost die. This was especially true recently. He had almost died trying to save her parents. Sister Fei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to let Big Brother Ling Tian go alone to save my parents. When she saw that the tears in Li Fei's eyes were getting thicker and thicker, she was so anxious that tears began to fall from her eyes. She knew Li Fei was someone Big Brother Ling Tian cared about, so she did not want to leave a bad impression on Li Fei. The current Juana was no longer the clueless young girl of the past. She had learned a lot. Silly girl. Li Fei held Juana's hand and shook her head. I know Scoundrel's character very well. Even if he's willing to take the risk, he won't allow you to take the risk. Not to mention you, even if it was me, Kur, or Tian Wu, he would do the same if he encountered such a situation. I understand him. Indeed, Li Fei understood Duan Lingtian very well. Therefore, she could understand Duan Lingtian's actions. However, when she thought about Duan Lingtian's situation, she could not help but break out in cold sweat. At the same time, she was glad Duan Lingtian was fine. If something had happened to Duan Lingtian, it would have been impossible for them to meet again. Scoundrel, I'll be accompanying my master. I won't come to your place often. If you want to see me, you can look for me at my master's place. After spending a few days with Duan Lingtian, Li Fei was eager to accompany her master, the purple-spiked celestial emperor. In Li Fei's eyes, the purple-spiked celestial emperor was like a mother to her. She wanted to spend more time with the purple-spiked celestial emperor before she left. Yes. Duan Lingtian agreed with Li Fei's approach and supported Li Fei. In the following 2 years, Li Fei only returned a few times. Most of the time, it was Duan Lingtian who went to look for her and watched as she accompanied the purple-spiked celestial emperor to brew wine. During this time, Duan Lingtian also fell in love with the wine brewed by the purple-spiked celestial emperor and Li Fei. At one point, he even suspected, could it be that the purple-spiked celestial emperor was trying to entice him with the wine she brewed so that he would bring Li Fei home more often in the future? Time passed quietly. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Master, I'll come back to visit you often. Duan Lingtian stayed by Li Fei's side and watched as she bade farewell to the purple-spiked celestial emperor before they left with Hualao. When they left, Duan Lingtian could clearly see tears welling up in the purple-spiked celestial emperor's eyes. Chapter 34:22. After leaving the purple-spiked celestial emperor's residence, Duan Lingtian could sense Li Fei's low spirits. Little Feier, we can come whenever you want to see the purple-spiked celestial emperor. Duan Lingtian comforted her with a smile. All right. Upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Li Fei's expression softened slightly. You can cultivate in my little world now, Duan Lingtian said to Li Fei. Now, Hualao and I will bring you back to the solitary destructive heaven. After we return to the solitary destructive heaven, we can take a stroll outside and come to the floating heaven to look for your master. After Li Fei entered his little world, Duan Lingtian followed Hualao to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Along the way, Duan Lingtian's gaze swept across the buildings and scenery in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. This was his first time looking at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in such a calm manner. Even when he was in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he had never looked at the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in such a calm manner. As the heavenly emperor's palace of the floating heaven, many of the buildings here gave off a majestic feeling. It was both visually and spiritually stunning. With Li Fei's guidance, Duan Lingtian and Hualao soon arrived at the transporting formation in the floating heaven. When Duan Lingtian arrived at the valley where the transportation formation was located, he discovered there was no one in the valley. Why is there no one here? Duan Lingtian was puzzled. Normally, there would be at least 1 or 2 people guarding the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, there was no one guarding the transportation formation in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. It was as though the transportation formation was unguarded. However, Duan Lingtian didn't think too much about it. Just as Duan Lingtian and Hualao were about to step into the transportation formation and leave the floating heaven, a sudden change occurred. Be careful! Following Hualao's shout, the flames around his body wrapped around him, and he shot into the sky with the Duan Lingtian, who had also sensed something and whose expression had changed slightly. As soon as Elder Hua and Duan Lingtian soared into the sky, a buzzing sound rang from the transportation formation in the Devata realms. From a bird's eye view, one could see that it was actually a series of condensed and sharp wind blades, sweeping across as if they were endless. One could imagine that if they were any slower, whether it was Duan Lingtian or Hualao, they would definitely be attacked by these wind blades. What a powerful profundity from the law of wind! Duan Lingtian's expression turned grave. It was not difficult to see that the person who had made the move had comprehended the law of wind. At the same time, a figure appeared in his mind. He had met the figure 2 years ago. It was none other than Kong Yi's father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was the second senior brother of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, and the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. I didn't expect your old servant to be so strong. Duan Lingtian's expression was solemn, and Elder Hua's face was filled with rage. His eyes were filled with killing intent when an indifferent voice resonated in the air. It was none other than the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Apart from that, there was another person standing next to him. It was his son, Kong Yui. Duan Lingtian, you're finally leaving. You'll definitely die today. Kong Yui said to Duan Lingtian with a ruthless expression on his face. At this moment, Li Fei, who was still in Duan Lingtian's body, noticed the commotion outside Duan Lingtian's body. Her expression darkened when she saw the commotion. Her beautiful eyes flashed with anger as she muttered to herself, "Kong Yui is so stubborn!" Usually, Duan Lingtian would not close the little world in his body. Therefore, as long as the people in his little world wanted to, they would be able to see what was going on outside. This was because he did not want to give his family members in his little world a completely sealed and oppressive space. "You want to kill me?" Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He thought the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and his son would only teach him a lesson. Who knew Kong Yui would kill him as soon as he spoke? "Duan Lingtian, Li Fei should be in your little world, right? Today, I'll kill you so she can see how her husband dies. How dare you make a move on me? I'll tear you into 1,000 pieces today." Kong Yui was enraged to the extreme, his eyes bulging. "You think you can do that?" Duan Lingtian sneered, and his face revealed disdain. "Duan Lingtian, don't tell me you think the old man next to you can stop my father? What a joke! My father is the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the second true disciple of the heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven," Kong Yui said mockingly. "Father! Make your move! If third junior uncle arrives, it'll be difficult for us to kill him," Kong Yui urged the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not reply. However, his actions were a response to Kong Yui's words. Swoosh! 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 The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was skilled in the law of wind. As soon as he made his move, the sound of wind whistling rang in the air, causing tornadoes to form in the surroundings. One! 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 Wind blades that were as sharp as swords shot out from the tornadoes toward Hualao. Killing intent surged from the attacks. Clearly, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wanted to kill Hualao. At the same time, a gust of wind that seemed to have transformed into a gigantic hand made its way toward Duan Lingtian. I'll capture him. Kill him! The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Duan Lingtian when the gigantic hand was about to grab him. Upon hearing his father's words, Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. Before his father, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, made his move, Kong Yui kept a distance from Duan Lingtian. At the same time, he looked at Duan Lingtian warily, afraid that Duan Lingtian would make a move on him before his father made his move. 2 years ago, Kong Yui knew he was not as strong as Duan Lingtian. Moreover, his innate talent was also inferior to Duan Lingtian. Under such circumstances, he knew it would be difficult for him to surpass Duan Lingtian. Therefore, he could only rely on his father, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, to seek revenge. "Duan Lingtian, I'm sure you didn't expect this would happen when you humiliated me 2 years ago, right?" Killing intent surged in Kong Yuyi's eyes as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At the same time, a celestial artifact, a narrow saber, appeared in his hand. It shone with a sharp saber ray as he charged toward Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Kong Yui stared at Duan Lingtian, hoping to see fear and horror on Duan Lingtian's face. However, he discovered Duan Lingtian remained calm from the beginning until the end. It was as though he was not worried about being killed by Kong Yui at all. Killing intent surged in Kong Yuyi's eyes when he saw the gigantic hand was about to grab Duan Lingtian. Die. Initially, I wanted to torture you slowly. However, I've decided to kill you with a single strike to prevent any mishaps. Consider yourself lucky. Kong Yuyi's voice was filled with killing intent as he made his move. Retreat. However, just as Kong Yui was about to make a move, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's anxious and panicked voice rang in Kong Yuyi's ears. In the next moment, Kong Yui discovered the gigantic hand that was about to grab Duan Lingtian crumbled and turned into a raging wind before it disappeared into thin air. What? What's going on? When Kong Yui saw Duan Lingtian staring at him, a faint smile appeared on Duan Lingtian's face. Although it was a normal smile, Kong Yui could not help but feel chills running up his spine when he saw Duan Lingtian's expression. You think you can kill me with this little bit of strength? A hint of disdain flashed in Duan Lingtian's eyes. Without any movement, his celestial origin energy merged with the space elemental profundity, and the space elemental profundity surged out and destroyed Kong Yui's attack effortlessly. Naturally, Duan Lingtian was not in a hurry to kill Kong Yui. Otherwise, Duan Lingtian was confident he could kill Kong Yui with just one strike. Duan Lingtian. At this moment, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's thunderous voice rang in the air. If you dare to kill my son, I'll take your life and your entire family's life. Father! Kong Yui, who was sent flying, did not regain his senses for a long time. He could not figure out why his father suddenly stopped helping him to restrain Duan Lingtian. When he heard his father's angry and anxious voice, he instinctively turned around and saw the old servant standing next to Duan Lingtian had already begun to fight with his father. Moreover, it did not take long for his father to be at a disadvantage. Who the hell are you? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was fighting with Hualao looked at Hualao in shock and disbelief. He did not expect Hualao to be so strong. It was obvious Hualao was stronger than him. Moreover, he felt he would not be able to hold on for long before he was defeated. How dare you, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Today, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will give us an explanation. Hualao's thunderous voice that contained terrifying celestial origin energy swept through the heavenly palace of the floating heaven in just a blink of an eye. Although there were many defensive formations in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, most of the places were not soundproof. Therefore, Hualao's voice was heard by many people in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. The entire heavenly palace of the floating heaven was in an uproar. Who's that voice? He said the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor killed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The voice came from the transportation formations in the Devata realms. Let's go and have a look. At this moment, many figures flew out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and made their way to the transportation formations in the Devata realms. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's residence was soundproof, so she did not hear Hualao's voice. However, even if the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor did not hear it, it did not mean the others did not hear it as well. For example, the beautiful woman who had been following Li Fei to protect Li Fei and prevent Li Fei from leaving the floating heaven had sent a message to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor as soon as she heard the voice. Is he crazy? The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression changed drastically when she learned her second senior brother dared to kill Duan Lingtian. Chapter 34-23. The transporting formation in the Devata realms was once in good condition, but now, it was in ruins. In particular, the stone platform where the transportation formation was located was severely damaged. It was obvious it could no longer be used to teleport between Devata realms. In the void, the sky full of flames and the sky full of hurricanes intertwined. The flames were fiery red, while the wind was green. The power of green and red merged together like two dancing ribbons. What did you say? The almighty Wind Immortal Emperor hurriedly blocked Hualao's attack. His expression instantly changed. Hualao's words had frightened him. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? He killed the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's heart skipped a beat as a bad premonition rose in his heart. If the red-clad old man's words were true, it was obvious Duan Lingtian was the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. However, since when did the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven have a young lord? As far as he knew, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang of the solitary destructive heaven did not have any official disciples. He only had a few nominal disciples. Although those nominal disciples were strong and had made a name for themselves in the Nine Serenities battlefield, none of them were qualified to be called the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was either the son of the heavenly emperor, or the only true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor. Although Duan Tian was a true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, he was not qualified to be called the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven, since the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven had 3 true disciples. Moreover, his eldest disciple was the son of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. Only his eldest senior brother was addressed as the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. "Didn't you hear what I said?" Hualao sneered. "I'd like to see how the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven will answer to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven." "You're from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? What proof do you have?" the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor asked in a deep voice. "Who do you think you are that I need to prove myself to you?" The sneer on Hualao's face deepened. "If you can't prove it, it means you're not from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. You're most likely an impostor. As far as I know, the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven doesn't have a young master," the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor shouted coldly. And his words, to a certain extent, were to comfort his restless and frightened heart. Because he was scared. If the person in front of him was really from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, and Duan Lingtian was really the young lord of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, he was doomed. Even if his master was the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven and wanted to protect him, he would not be able to do so. That Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was very protective of his own. In the past, his subordinate, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, Meng Luo, had inadvertently offended a Heavenly Emperor. After apologizing, the Heavenly Emperor refused to forgive Meng Luo. When Meng Luo returned to the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven with grievous injuries, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, killed the Heavenly Emperor. After all, even if there was a huge gap in strength between Heavenly Emperors, the stronger Heavenly Emperors would not easily kill each other. After all, they were all Heavenly Emperors. However, Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, did not care about such things at all. At that time, he only said one sentence. "No one can touch my people." Due to that incident, Feng Qingyang's protectiveness became famous in the Devata realms. Even ordinary titled celestial emperors from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven would not dare to make a move unless they were in the right. "Imposter?" Hualao laughed. "There's someone who dares to impersonate someone from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? Don't say I look down on you. Do you think someone like you would dare to impersonate someone from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven?" Hualao said mockingly as he looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Indeed, not many people would dare to impersonate someone from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After all, Feng Qingyang was not an ordinary Heavenly Emperor. With his current strength, there were not many forces in the Devata realms who would be able to protect him if he wanted to kill someone. Most importantly, there were many people in the Devata realms. If Feng Qingyang wanted to kill someone, there would be many people who would want to help him kill someone. After all, it meant they would be able to establish a relationship with Feng Qingyang and gain his favor. The young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? The injured Kong Yui looked at Duan Lingtian, who was staring at him with a mocking expression, and his expression changed drastically. "Impossible! Impossible! How's this possible? How can Duan Lingtian be the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven?" Kong Yui looked at Duan Lingtian in disbelief. His heart was filled with fear. He quickly sent a voice transmission to his father, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, and asked, "Father, what should we do now? What else can we do? Let's run!" The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said to Kong Yui through voice transmission, "It's all your fault, you little brat." "Run?" Kong Yui was taken aback. "Father, we can't even be sure they're from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Why should we run? Do you think we'll have a chance to escape once we're sure they're from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven?" the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said through voice transmission. He was the second true disciple of the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven. How could he end up like this in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven? Let's leave first. It won't be too late for us to return if they're not from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Moreover, if they're from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, we'll be able to escape responsibility. Perhaps I'll have a chance to return to the Heavenly Emperor Palace of the Floating Heaven. Naturally, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was comforting his son. If Duan Lingtian and the people around him were from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, and if Duan Lingtian was really the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, the two of them would never be able to return to the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven. Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven did not hunt him down, there was no way he would accept him. After all, if they accepted him, it would be equivalent to making an enemy out of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Many years ago, his master was only able to fight Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang to a draw. Now that so many years had passed, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang's talent and comprehension ability were far superior to his master. It was only natural that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was stronger than his master. Moreover, he had heard from his master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, that Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang was suspected to have already become a deity. It was impossible for his master to offend such an existence because of him. It's the Almighty Wind Immortal Emperor. Who's that? He actually has the upper hand in the battle with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. If the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor didn't cultivate the law of wind, he would have been defeated long ago. That's Kong Yui. Who's that person in front of Kong Yui? Is he the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven? At this moment, the people from the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven who had rushed over arrived one after another. They saw Duan Lingtian, Kong Yui, and the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who was at a disadvantage under Hualao's attacks. Second senior brother. A beautiful figure appeared at the back of the crowd. As soon as she appeared, everyone turned to look at her. It's the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor doesn't look too good. Since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor is here, she should be able to defeat the red-clad old man if she joins forces with the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Many people thought the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor would help the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor when they saw the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Second senior brother, my disciple Li Fei's husband, Duan Lingtian, is the only true disciple of Lord Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. He's the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Otherwise, I wouldn't have allowed my disciple Li Fei to leave with him. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor looked at the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. The person you're fighting is Hualao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor from the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. His strength is second only to Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor, was the strongest titled Celestial Emperor under Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. After Feng Qingyang returned from the Azura Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms, Meng Luo, the strongest titled Celestial Emperor under Feng Qingyang, had also become famous in the Devata realms. For this reason, almost everyone from the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven knew about Meng Luo, the Heavenly Savage Celestial Emperor. As for Hualao, the Golden Crow Celestial Emperor, they had never heard of him. However, since the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor had confirmed it, they were certain it was true. I didn't expect him to be the young master of the Heavenly Palace of the Solitary Destructive Heaven. Heavens! Lord Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the Solitary Destructive Heaven, has accepted a true disciple? Moreover, he's the husband of the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's disciple? The Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wants to kill such a person. If Lord Heavenly Emperor finds out about this, I'm afraid he won't let the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor off the hook, right? Many people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were stunned when they looked at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor again. They could not understand why the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor wanted to kill the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meanwhile, Kong Yuyi's eyes were filled with fear and despair when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was also shocked by the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. Since you knew about Duan Lingtian's identity, why didn't you tell me about it 2 years ago? With this thought in mind, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor sent a voice transmission to the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor. Third junior sister, when I went to look for you 2 years ago, you already knew about Duan Lingtian's identity. Yes. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor replied. It's fine if you didn't tell me about it at that time, but why didn't you tell me about it? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor asked again. Since the matter has been resolved, there's no need to reveal his identity. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor was furious. Upon hearing the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's face turned red with anger. He took a deep breath and stepped aside. Then, he forced a smile on his face and said to Hualao, Hualao, it's a misunderstanding. My son and I were only joking with you and your young master. End of explanation. Chapter 34-24. Just kidding? Not only were Hualao and Duan Lingtian stunned by the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words, but even the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and the others from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven were taken aback. They had known the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor for a long time, but they did not expect him to be so shameless. However, after thinking about it for a while, they felt relieved. It was obvious the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had no other choice. If he continued to be stubborn, even the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven would not be able to protect him. However, did he think his actions would work? Young Master Duan, since my son is disrespectful to you, I'll definitely punish him severely. I'll tell him to avoid you if he sees you in the future. What do you think? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor looked at Duan Lingtian humbly. He was no longer as arrogant as before. Stop acting like a fool. Duan Lingtian glanced at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor indifferently. Clearly, he did not intend to fall for the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Since you and your son want to kill me, how can I let you off so easily? In the future, will people try to kill me every time I leave the floating heaven Celestial Emperor's mansion? Will I forgive them when they realize they're not capable of killing me? Duan Lingtian looked at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor coldly as he said, What a joke! If you're in my shoes, will you let those who treat you like this go? Duan Lingtian's voice became even colder. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. However, he quickly forced a smile on his face and said, Young Master Duan, look at your wife. She's my third junior sister's disciple. Speaking of which, she has to address me as senior uncle as well. Since we're close, why don't you let us off for my third junior sister's sake? The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor said. As soon as the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor finished speaking, Duan Lingtian did not look at him. Instead, he looked at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor who had just arrived. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's expression darkened when she heard the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's words. Now that she saw Duan Lingtian looking at her, she felt her face burning. At the same time, she glared at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor and said, Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, why are you trying to drag me into this? Why didn't you remember he's the husband of my beloved disciple when you wanted to kill him? Now, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor no longer addressed the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor as senior brother. Instead, she addressed him by his title. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's expression changed when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. He knew his third junior sister had no intention of helping him. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian was obviously unwilling to give up. In other words, there was no room for negotiation in this matter. Run! In the end, the almighty Wind Immortal Emperor decided to flee. However, he didn't flee alone. Instead, he dashed towards his son Kong Yue, preparing to flee together with him. Kong Yue was dumbfounded when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor confirmed Duan Lingtian's identity. Although he was mentally prepared, when it was confirmed, he still felt fear and horror from the bottom of his heart. Duan Lingtian, the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, was actually the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'll bring you away. Kong Yuyi's eyes lit up when he heard the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's voice transmission. In his opinion, with his father's speed, it would not be difficult for his father to bring him away. Although his third junior uncle was stronger than his father, his speed was slightly slower than his father. After all, his father had comprehended the law of wind. Trying to escape? How could Elder Hu not see through the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's intention when he saw the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor charging at Kong Yue instead of attacking Duan Lingtian? Naturally, he knew the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was trying to escape with his son. In just a blink of an eye, golden flames appeared in Hualao's eyes. It was as though two rays of light had appeared in the darkness, illuminating everything. In the next moment, under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Elder Hu's body swayed and transformed into a humongous golden bird that was as big as a hill. The bird's entire body was burning with golden flames. From afar, it looked like a scorching sun. It was impossible to see the outline of its body. Swoosh! Swoosh! Although Hualao did not specialize in the law of wind, he was a flying demonic beast. His speed was naturally fast. Coupled with his comprehension of the law of fire, his speed was comparable to the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead of charging at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he charged at Kong Yue. After all, he knew the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's target was Kong Yue. No! The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not expect Hualao to be so fast after reverting to his true form. His expression changed drastically as he cried out in pain. Alas, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor abandoned Kong Yue and fled into the distance under everyone's watchful eyes. As for Hualao, his reaction was not as fast as the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. When he tried to chase after the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor had already disappeared. If the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor was a foreign titled Celestial Emperor, it would be difficult for him to escape in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. However, the problem was he was a titled Celestial Emperor in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Moreover, he was the second true disciple of the heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven. On the other hand, if Hualao tried to chase after the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, the distance between them would only widen. For this reason, Hualao decided not to chase after the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. Instead, he turned to look at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, who had an equally unsightly expression on her face. Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, please inform the heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven of this matter. The heavenly palace of the floating heaven will have to give the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven an explanation for this matter. At the end of his sentence, Elder Hu's expression turned solemn as he spoke in a deep voice. Hualao, don't worry. The heavenly palace of the floating heaven will definitely give you a satisfactory explanation, the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said in a low voice. At the same time, she sent a message to her master, Yan Yun Shao, the heavenly Emperor of the floating heaven, who had just returned not long ago. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian looked at Kong Yue, who had an unsightly expression on his face, and said with a faint smile on his face, Kong Yue, your father is really generous. I can't believe he abandoned you just like that. Duan Lingtian. Kong Yue glared at Duan Lingtian with an unsightly expression on his face as he said in a deep voice, My father just sent me a message to tell you that if you dare to kill me, he won't let you off even if you're the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. You can't possibly hide in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven forever, right? A hint of threat could be seen in Kong Yuyi's eyes when he spoke. Oh? Is that so? Faced with Kong Yuyi's threat, Duan Lingtian merely looked at Kong Yuyi before a sneer appeared on his face. Slap! The purple spiked Celestial Emperor slapped Kong Yuyi in the face. She said coldly, Kong Yuyi, even if Duan Lingtian doesn't kill you, the heavenly palace of the floating heaven will definitely not let you off. Third Junior Ant. Half of Kong Yuyi's face was swollen from the slap. When he opened his mouth, he spat out half of his teeth. With a solemn expression on his face, he said to the purple spiked Celestial Emperor, My father also told me to tell you that if the heavenly palace of the floating heaven kills me, he'll kill everyone who leaves the heavenly palace of the floating heaven. Once I'm dead, he'll have nothing to worry about. He'll only live for vengeance. A sinister smile could be seen on Kong Yuyi's face as he looked at the people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven who were watching from afar. Their expressions changed drastically when they saw this. Was the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor really so crazy? He was willing to make an enemy out of the heavenly palace of the floating heaven for his son. Was he seeking death? Do you think he'll be able to escape? The purple spiked Celestial Emperor asked as she looked at Kong Yuyi indifferently. Kong Yuyi was taken aback when he heard the purple spiked Celestial Emperor's words. When he saw the disdainful smile on the purple spiked Celestial Emperor's face, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Father? Kong Yuyi sent a message to his father. However, there was no reply. At this moment, swoosh! Like a gust of wind, an aged figure appeared before the crowd. The way he appeared was like a ghost, causing everyone's heart to tremble. It was an old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion. When he appeared, there was another person standing next to him with an ashen expression on his face. This person was none other than the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor who had fled earlier. As for the old man, Greetings, Lord Heavenly Emperor. Lord Heavenly Emperor. When the two old men appeared, the people from the heavenly palace of the floating heaven bowed respectfully at the old man. None of them dared to show any disrespect. The old man with white hair and a ruddy complexion was none other than Yan Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. As soon as Yan Yunxiao appeared, he brought the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor with him. It was clear the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor did not manage to escape. I've learned about the ins and outs of this matter. Yan Yunxiao indifferently glanced at Kong Yuyi in the distance. Kong Yuyi was so scared that his face turned pale. He knew that everything was over. His father had actually been captured and brought back by this Grand Master of his. It was over. It was all over. How dare you and your father attempt to take the life of the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Humph. Yan Yunxiao glanced at Kong Yuyi before looking at the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. He couldn't help but snort coldly. Kong Yuyi was so frightened that he fell to his knees and kowtowed to Yan Yunxiao. Grandmaster, I was wrong. Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Grandmaster, I know I was wrong. Kong Yuyi continued to beg for mercy. His Grandmaster had doted on him a lot in the past. In his opinion, as long as he begged sincerely, he might be able to survive. However, he had underestimated the severity of this matter. Faced with his begging for forgiveness, Yan Yunxiao's ugly expression did not ease up in the slightest. Instead, it grew even uglier. You're a scammer! Yan Yunxiao coldly shouted. He didn't seem to do anything, but Kong Yuyi, a living person, instantly exploded, turning into a bloody mist that filled the sky. Chapter 34:25. Yan Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, killed Kong Yuyi with just a thought. The people from the floating heaven held their breaths when they saw this. This was the first time most of them had seen the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven make a move. After Kong Yuyi was killed, the almighty Wind Immortal Emperor had a look of grief on his face. When he looked at Yan Yunxiao again, other than anger, there was more fear in his eyes. Although his strength was not bad, in front of this master of his, it was nothing at all. Junior nephew Duan. After killing Kong Yuyi, Yan Yunxiao looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile on his face, Kong Yuyi is the culprit, so I've killed him. As for Kongfen, since he loves his son dearly, why don't you spare his life? Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Yang Yunxiao continued to say, naturally he can escape death, but he can't escape punishment. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven will imprison Kongfen for 100 years. Duan Lingtian's heart sank when he heard Yang Yunxiao's words. Even Hualao frowned slightly. They could tell what Yang Yunxiao meant. The Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven was trying to save the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor's life. He pushed all the blame onto Kong Yuyi, who had just been killed by him, and made Kong Yuyi bear more than 99% of the blame. Imprisoning the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor for 100 years. What was the difference between that and not being punished at all? Even if the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven did not punish the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, it was unlikely he would continue to imprison the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor. At most, the Almighty Wind Celestial Emperor would just have to move to another place to cultivate. Lord Heavenly Emperor! Before Duan Lingtian could reply to Yang Yunxiao, Hualao could not help but interject. Don't you think your punishment for your second disciple is a little too light? Even if he's not the culprit, he should bear a small part of the blame, right? Hualao's expression darkened when he finished speaking. Duan Lingtian knew Yang Yunxiao cared more about his reaction than Hualao when he saw Yang Yunxiao looking at him instead of Hualao. I agree with Hualao, Duan Lingtian said in a deep voice. Yang Yunxiao narrowed his eyes when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. Junior nephew Duan, do you mean my punishment is too light? As soon as Yang Yunxiao finished speaking, he continued to say, without waiting for Duan Lingtian, he continued to say, I'll increase his punishment. Junior nephew Duan Lingtian's Duan, right? Yang Yunxiao's expressions, Yang Yun's words as Yang Emperor's as Yang's Emperor's. Duan Lingtian felt as though his intelligence had been insulted when he heard Yang Yunxiao's words. His expression turned slightly gloomy at this moment. He was about to say something when the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor, Li Fei's master, sent a voice transmission to Duan Lingtian. Junior nephew Duan, it's obvious Master wants to protect second senior brother. Unless your master, the Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang, is present, you won't be able to change his mind no matter what you say or do. It seems like I've underestimated second senior brother's importance to Master. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor said. Even the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor did not expect this outcome. Prior to this, she had thought Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor, was famous for being protective of his own people. After all, her master, the Heavenly Emperor of the Floating Heaven, Yang Yunxiao, would definitely not forgive them for what they had done. She did not expect her master would only kill Kong Yui and spare her second senior brother's life. Perhaps Master doesn't think Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang will come looking for him after he's dealt with second senior brother. The Purple Spike Celestial Emperor continued to say, after all, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang and Master are friends. Moreover, Master did a good job in handling this matter. After all, no one can say for sure how much second senior brother is to blame. Duan Lingtian, who was initially filled with anger, calmed down when he heard the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. After calming down, it was not difficult for him to confirm the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor's words. Since Heavenly Emperor Yang has made his decision, I have no objections. Duan Lingtian no longer addressed Yang Yunxiao as senior uncle. Instead, he addressed Yang Yunxiao as Heavenly Emperor. At the same time, Duan Lingtian's expression turned cold. Yang Yunxiao was prepared for Duan Lingtian's displeasure. His expression did not change at all as he said, since the transportation formation in the Heavenly Palace of the Floating Heaven has been destroyed, I'm afraid it'll take some time to rebuild it. If you and Hualao are in a hurry to return, you can look for a nearby transportation formation. If you're not in a hurry to return, you can wait for us to rebuild the transportation formation. Yang Yunxiao said. We have something to attend to, so we're in a hurry to return. Duan Lingtian said indifferently. He nodded at the Purple Spike Celestial Emperor and bade her farewell before he left with Elder Hua. When Hualao left, his eyes were filled with resentment. Isn't Yang Yunxiao afraid that Lord Heavenly Emperor will come looking for him? How dare he protect his second disciple? Hualao said angrily. Even if Senior Feng Qingyang comes looking for him, he'll still say Kong Yui is the culprit, and that the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor is only an accomplice. Duan Litian shook his head and said, If Senior Feng Qingyang doesn't want to offend Yang Yunxiao, there's nothing he can do. However, if Senior Feng Qingyang insists on pursuing the matter, he'll just kill the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor to appease Senior Feng Qingyang. Moreover, he'll be giving face to Senior Feng Qingyang. At that time, Senior Feng Qingyang won't look for trouble with Yang Yunxiao, right? I have to say, Yang Yunxiao is an old fox. He won't give up until he sees the coffin, Duan Lingtian said. Prior to this, Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Yang Yunxiao. After all, Yang Yunxiao had given him a treasure even though he could not figure out what it was. However, there was no doubt that the treasure was a treasure. After all, it was something that could transform the Seven Orifices exquisite sword from a prominent divine artifact to a supreme-grade divine artifact. Even though Huanga said she was only confident, it did not affect the true value of the treasure. Although Duan Lingtian had a good impression of Yang Yunxiao before this, his impression of Yang Yunxiao was completely destroyed after what happened earlier. Forget it. Since Yang Yunxiao was unwilling to kill the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor, he had already returned the favor. Moreover, the reason Yang Yunxiao gave him the treasure was because he was the only true disciple of the heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, Yang Yunxiao would not be so friendly. I didn't expect young master to be so insightful. Hualao sighed. He did not think too much about Yang Yunxiao. However, after Duan Lingtian's reminder, he realized Yang Yunxiao was right. Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had decided to protect his disciple because the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had not expressed his opinion. Once the heavenly emperor expressed his opinion, it would not be too late for Yang Yunxiao to kill his disciple. However, if the heavenly emperor did not express his opinion, he would not have to kill his disciple. At the very least, he would not offend the heavenly emperor openly. With this, Duan Lingtian and Hualao left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven and returned to the solitary destructive heaven through a transportation formation in another Devata realm. Meanwhile, the almighty Wind Celestial Emperor stood in the courtyard of Yang Yunxiao's residence. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the white-haired old man standing before him. Kongfen, don't blame master. The old man was none other than Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He shook his head and said with a sigh, I killed your son to save you. Since both of you have done this, it's only natural that I have to give the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang an explanation. If you don't give me an explanation, with the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's character, he'll definitely come knocking on your door. At that time, I'll be in trouble as well. After killing your son, even if he comes knocking on my door, I'll still be able to give him an explanation. At the same time, I won't have a falling out with him. Of course, at that time, if he insists on killing you, even master won't be able to protect you. The old man continued to say, For this reason, you have to consider whether you want to leave the heavenly palace or stay in the heavenly palace. If you leave the heavenly palace, you can either wait for the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang to come knocking on your door and express his opinion on killing you. If he insists on killing you, there's no need for you to come back. If he doesn't insist on killing you, you can come back. At that time, everything will be fine. If you stay in the heavenly palace, your fate will depend on the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang's decision. If I were you, I would choose to leave and wait for some time. Yang Yunxiao said. Master! The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor fell to his knees and rested his head on the ground. Master, I was shocked when I saw you killing Ear. I hope you won't blame me. At that time, I thought you would kill me after killing Ear to appease the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I didn't expect you would do that to protect me. The almighty Wind Celestial Emperor kowtowed 3 times after he finished speaking. After all, you've been with me for so many years. How can I just watch you die? Yang Yunxiao shook his head and sighed. Even a dog would develop feelings after being raised for a long time, let alone a human. Kongfen, have you made your decision? Do you want to leave the heavenly palace or stay? Yang Yunxiao asked. Master, I've decided to leave. I don't want to leave my fate in someone else's hands, even if that person is the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, the almighty wind celestial emperor said solemnly. A hint of bloodlust flashed in the depths of the almighty wind celestial emperor's eyes. He had to give his son an explanation for his son's death. Although Yang Yunxiao was the one who killed his son, he could not blame Yang Yunxiao for it since Yang Yunxiao had done it to save his life. Therefore, he focused all his anger on one person. Duan Lingtian. Chapter 34-26. Duan Lingtian was unaware that Kongfen, the almighty wind celestial emperor, had also left the heavenly palace of the floating heaven not long after he and Hualao returned to the solitary destructive heaven. Duan Lingtian was filled with frustration. He knew the reason Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven, had insisted on protecting the almighty wind celestial emperor in front of him because his master, Feng Qingyang, was not around. Naturally, if Feng Qingyang was not around and he was stronger than Yang Yunxiao would not have been able to protect the almighty wind celestial emperor. I'm still too weak. Perhaps, in Yang Yunxiao's eyes, I'm no different from an ant, Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Indeed, Yang Yunxiao was right. Yang Yunxiao was polite to Duan Lingtian, addressing him as junior nephew. He even gave him gifts because of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Otherwise, with Duan Lingtian's current strength, Yang Yunxiao would not even bother to look at him. Due to the setback he had suffered in the heavenly palace of the floating heaven, Duan Lingtian did not hesitate to cultivate in his room after he returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. As for his family, they were all cultivating in the small world within his body. Naturally, he cultivated using the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. Currently, he was no longer interested in the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms, even if the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had an abundance of heaven and earth spirit energy. Currently, no matter how many divine crystals he had, they could not compare to the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world. After all, the heaven and earth spirit energy in his little world was of a higher grade than the heaven and earth spirit energy in the realms of gods. Although the heaven and earth spirit energy in the divine crystals was abundant, it was still incomparable to the heaven and earth spirit energy in the Devata realms. While Duan Lingtian was immersed in his cultivation, his family and the small world within his body were also immersed in their cultivation. For Duan Lingtian's parents, Duan Rufeng and Li Ro, it was very good to stay in the small world inside their son's body. At least they didn't have to be separated from their son, but it was inconvenient for them to do some unspeakable things. However, if they wanted to do something that was hard to express, they would leave the small world in their son's body and go to another room. Duan Lingtian's residence in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had plenty of rooms. Not only did Duan Rufeng and Li Ro have their own rooms, but even Feng Wu Dao and the others also had their own rooms. When I have time, I want to go back to my hometown. I haven't been back in a long time, Li Ro said to Duan Rufeng. Well, let's wait for a while. Duan Rufeng nodded. The Saint Province realm was only one of the many mundane realms in the world. Although the Saint Province realm had an extraordinary figure like Feng Qingyang who stood at the peak of the Devata realms, almost no one in the Saint Province realm knew about him. Brother Chiu, it's time to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Huan and little Tian. A beautiful and elegant woman hovered above the boundless ocean in the Saint Province realm as she spoke to the man next to her. Yes, it's time to look for them. Now that we've traveled all over the mundane realms, it's time to relax. Let's go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to cultivate, Lian Qiu said with a smile. Although the two of us won't be able to catch up to our daughter and son-in-law, it's still a pleasant surprise to be able to cultivate in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Lian Qiu was a sword celestial from the heavenly sword mountain, a heaven-grade force in the solitary destructive heaven. In the solitary destructive heaven, almost all sword celestials worship Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, as their idol. Lian Qiu did not expect he would be related to Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, because of his daughter. As it turned out, his son-in-law was Feng Qingyang's true disciple. Moreover, Feng Qingyang was the only true disciple. Before Duan Lingtian and Huan left the purgatory battlefield and went to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to confirm their identities and look for Duan Rufeng, Li Ro, and the others, Duan Lingtian had returned to the Saint Province realm and told Lian Qiu and Du Xian about what had happened. Both of them were shocked when they heard about it. At that time, Duan Lingtian had wanted to bring both of them away from the mundane realm. However, both of them had taken a liking to the Saint Province realm and wanted to stay in the mundane realm for a while longer. They wanted to explore the mundane realm before leaving the Devata realms. Duan Lingtian respected their wishes. Before he left, he told both of them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and look for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, if he had not returned yet. All of a sudden, Lian Qiu seemed to have noticed something. His pupils shrank sharply and the smile on his face froze in an instant. Boom! Rumble! Along with a series of loud noises coming from the depths of the sea, Lian Qiu saw numerous demonic beasts floating up from the depths of the sea. All of them were dead. In the blink of an eye, the entire sea was covered with corpses of demonic beasts. The originally blue seawater had turned blood-red at this moment. What's going on? Du Xian was shocked when she saw this. Someone killed them. It's a celestial emperor, Lian Qiu said solemnly. In the next moment, Lian Qiu seemed to have sensed something. With just a thought, he brought Du Xian to the other side of the sea. At this moment, two middle-aged men were flying toward them. With just a flip of their palms, energy flowed out of their palms like streaks of light into the sea. It was as though the energy had the ability to track people. Each streak of energy could easily kill countless demon beasts at the bottom of the sea until they ran out of energy. As soon as Lian Qiu and Du Xian appeared, the two middle-aged men noticed them as well. Their eyes were filled with killing intent as one of them made a move. Swoosh! Swoosh! The flaming energy shot toward Lian Qiu and Du Xian like a meteor. The energy contained in the flaming energy was comparable to a celestial emperor. Although it was not as strong as a titled celestial emperor, it was close. However, such power was not enough to pose a threat to Lian Qiu. Swoosh! The sound of a sword whistling in the air rang in the air as Lian Qiu's celestial origin energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, his celestial origin energy merged with the profundity of laws and transformed into a huge sword that met the flaming energy. Boom! A loud explosion rang in the air as the huge sword destroyed the flaming energy and continued to charge toward the middle-aged man. Celestial emperors? At this moment, the middle-aged man discovered that the two middle-aged men were both celestial emperors. Moreover, the middle-aged man's strength was not inferior to his. However, Lian Qiu had not unleashed his full strength. Moreover, the flaming energy had consumed a portion of the flaming energy. For this reason, the middle-aged man managed to block the huge sword. Who are you? You're not from the Luo River sect, right? The middle-aged man was shocked to see two celestial emperors in this small mundane plane. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you talking about? Luo River sect?" Lian Qiu narrowed his eyes slightly. There were many heaven-grade forces in the Devata realms, and he could not remember most of them. However, there were some heaven-grade forces that were easy to remember. The Luo River sect was one of them. The Luo River sect was the strongest heaven-grade force in the Luo River heaven. The sect leader of the Luo River sect was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Even the heavenly pool palace in the boundless heaven could not compare to the Luo River sect, let alone the heavenly sword mountain in the solitary destructive heaven. Why are the people from the Luo River sect in this mundane realm? Lian Qiu asked with a frown on his face. We're here on orders from the sect leader to slaughter all living beings in this mundane realm. The other middle-aged man said in a deep voice as he looked at Lian Qiu. Sect leader? Lian Qiu's expression changed drastically. He did not expect the middle-aged man was here on orders from the sect leader of the Luo River sect to slaughter all living beings in the Saint Province realm. Is the sect leader the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven? Lian Qiu asked. Yes, the sect leader of the Luo River heaven. The middle-aged man said indifferently. Of course, we're here on orders from the saint girl of the Luo River sect. She's acting on behalf of the sect leader. Lian Qiu had heard that the saint girl of the Luo River sect was the biological daughter of Situ Zhu Qing, the sect leader of the Luo River sect and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Why would the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven order the slaughter of all living beings in this mundane realm? A mere mundane realm shouldn't be able to offend her, right? Lian Qiu asked in a deep voice. Even if it was just a mundane realm, the slaughter of all living beings in this mundane realm was enough to make one tremble in fear. That's not what we know, the middle-aged man said. Lian Qiu nodded. Only the two of you from the Luo River sect came? A hint of killing intent flashed in the depths of Lian Qiu's eyes as he asked. If the two middle-aged men from the Luo River sect came, he would kill them and return to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to report the matter. After all, he knew this was not only the hometown of his son-in-law, but it was also the hometown of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. For the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven to give such an order, could it be that she was targeting the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? However, after thinking about it, he realized it was impossible. Before the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven was trapped in the Azura Hell, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was already weaker than the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Now that the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had returned from the Azura Hell, it seemed like the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven had already attained godhood. Under such circumstances, unless the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven had lost her mind, there was no way she would target the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Of course not. The middle-aged man from the Luo River sect did not sense the killing intent in Lian Qiu's eyes. He shook his head and said, We have more than 10 people led by 2 titled celestial emperors. Lian Qiu was shocked. Then, he smiled and said, I didn't expect the 2 of us to be so lucky. It's rare for us to come across a mundane realm that has offended the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Since the Luo River sect has something to do, I won't disturb you any longer. Chapter 34:27. As soon as Lian Qiu finished speaking, he took out the formation compass that Duan Lingtian had given him and activated the formation to teleport to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. This formation compass was given to Duan Lingtian by Hualao. It could be used to teleport a person to a specific location in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, once a person claimed the formation compass, the second person would not be able to use it even if they killed the first person since it would self-destruct. Swoosh! Without waiting for the 2 middle-aged men's reply, Lian Qiu and his wife left the Saint Province realm through the formation compass. They did not hesitate at all. As soon as Lian Qiu discovered there were 2 titled celestial emperors with him, he felt a sense of crisis and was in a hurry to leave. Otherwise, if the titled celestial emperors came to kill them, it would be too late for regrets. Where are they? Shortly after Lian Qiu and Duan Lingtian left, an old man appeared out of thin air. He glared at the 2 middle-aged men and asked in a deep voice. Lord Qiu, they left using the formation compass. One of the middle-aged men said with a bitter smile on his face. Lord Qiu, one of the 2 celestial emperors said they came to a mundane realm to relax. Since they're not from this mundane realm, there's no need to kill them, the other middle-aged man said. The old man nodded. Just because he said so? The old man looked at the middle-aged man as though he was looking at an idiot. There are so many mundane realms. Why did he come to this mundane realm? In my opinion, the appearance of the 2 celestial emperors must have something to do with the mundane realm. It's most likely that this is their hometown. But why did they just run away? Didn't you say you're weaker than them? In the old man's opinion, if the 2 celestial emperors were from this mundane realm, they should have killed the 2 celestial emperors since they had told the 2 celestial emperors about their purpose in coming to this mundane realm. They must have left because we told them we were being led by two titled celestial emperors. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier was stunned for a moment before he said awkwardly, "Although that person is strong, I don't think he's as strong as a titled celestial emperor." The other middle-aged man said, "Humph. It seems that he left in such a hurry because he was worried that we would come over and kill him." The old man scoffed. Based on his words, it was clear he was one of the two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. "Let's hurry up and slaughter all the living beings in this mundane realm as soon as possible. If those two find helpers to stop us in order to protect their homeland, we'll still be seen as incompetent by the Holy Maiden and the sect leader even though we can go back and get reinforcements." The old man's expression darkened slightly as he said, "That's why we have to slaughter all of the living beings in this mundane plane before they call for reinforcements." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the two middle-aged men moved. Following that, the old man sent out a transmission to inform the remaining people of what had happened. Immediately, those people started killing even faster. During this period of time, the living beings in the sanctuary realm had suffered an unprecedented calamity. Wherever there was a dense population of living beings, there would be rivers of blood. The strength of the person who had attacked them was so strong that no one could resist him. Not to mention martial emperors, even those extremely powerful individual celestials were vulnerable in front of this person who had slaughtered the living beings of the sanctuary realm for no reason. No matter how powerful the bodiless celestials were, they would be killed in an instant. Now that the celestial emperors from the Luo River Heaven's Luo River sect were slaughtering the living beings in the sanctuary realm, their efficiency had increased. After Lian Qiu and Du Xian left the sanctuary realm, they arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. When they arrived at a fixed location in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, they immediately alerted the guards there. "Who are you?" This was the location where the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven's teleportation formation discs were located. Only those who possessed the teleportation formation discs of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were allowed to come here. For this reason, the people from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were very polite to Lian Qiu and Du Xian. "Sir, is this the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven?" Lian Qiu asked. "Yes." The guard was a titled celestial emperor. He was puzzled when he heard Lian Qiu's question. Since Lian Qiu and Du Xian had arrived here through a teleportation formation, why would they ask such a stupid question? "Sir, I'm looking for Duan Lingtian, the young master of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. I'm his. I have something urgent to attend to." Lian Qiu wanted to tell the guard his identity, and ask him to bring him to Duan Lingtian. However, after thinking about it, he decided it would be a waste of time. For this reason, he decided to send Duan Lingtian a message instead. Duan Lingtian was originally cultivating when Lian Qiu's sudden message made him pause his cultivation. At the same time, his eyes were burning with rage. Damn the Luo River sect! He did not expect the Luo River sect in the Luo River Heaven would be so heartless as to send their people to the Saint Province realm and kill all living beings in the sanctuary realm. Naturally, he knew the reason for their actions. It was because he had killed the soul of the person who tried to possess Mu Yi. That person was the daughter of the Luo River sect's sect leader and the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. She was also the twin sister of the saint girl of the Luo River sect. He had expected the Luo River sect to seek revenge sooner or later. However, he did not expect the Luo River sect to target the Saint Province realm and kill all living beings in the sanctuary realm. After all, the Saint Province realm was only a mundane realm. How could the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven give such an order? After a moment of anger, Duan Lingtian calmed down. The most important thing now is to stop them. I'll look for Senior Meng Luo. This time, Duan Lingtian did not look for Hualao. He sent a message to Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, while he made his way to Lian Qiu and Du Xian. "Young master." The titled celestial emperor who was standing near Lian Qiu and Du Xian hastily bowed and greeted Duan Lingtian when he saw Duan Lingtian. Since Duan Lingtian had stayed in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven for a long time, many people in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven were familiar with him. Everyone in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven knew there was a new young master in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was the only true disciple of their heavenly emperor. Although the heavenly emperor had not personally acknowledged this, there was no doubt Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had said so. After all, Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was the spokesperson of the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Seniors, I'll bring you to my residence. I've prepared a courtyard and a room for both of you. I'll deal with the matter in the Saint Province realm. After bidding farewell to Lian Qiu and Du Xian, Duan Lingtian brought them to his residence. He had prepared a courtyard and a room for both of them. For the time being, Duan Lingtian did not plan to let Lian Qiu and Du Xian enter his little world. The divine tree of life and the 5 divine elements were Duan Lingtian's greatest secret. If the secret was exposed, even Feng Qin Yang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, might not be able to protect him. Naturally, Duan Lingtian trusted Lian Qiu and Du Xian. However, Huaner had asked Duan Lingtian not to tell her parents about his little world for the time being. She was worried something might go wrong. Naturally, she trusted her mother unconditionally. However, she did not have much contact with her father. In fact, she had not even heard of him before this. Even if her mother trusted her father, she did not dare to risk brother Lingtian's secret. Before she fully trusted her father, she did not want her parents to enter brother Lingtian's little world. If anything happened to them, she would never forgive herself for the rest of her life. Since Huaner insisted, Duan Lingtian had no choice but to let her do as she pleased. His heart was filled with warmth when he saw how much Huaner cared about his safety. After all, the cultivation environment in his little world was comparable to a realm of gods. Huaner must have known that her parents' cultivation speed would increase once they entered his lesser world, but she still chose to do so. The heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven is behind the Luo River sect. You must be careful. Before Duan Lingtian left, Lian Qiu reminded him solemnly. Don't worry, Senior Lian Qiu. I know what to do. Duan Lingtian nodded. After bidding farewell to Lian Qiu and his wife, Duan Lingtian stepped into the air and left his residence. At this moment, there was already someone waiting for him outside his residence. It was a burly man who looked like an iron tower. He was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, the strongest titled celestial emperor under Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Senior Meng Luo, I'll have to trouble you with this matter, Duan Lingtian said to Meng Luo solemnly. We have to return to the Saint Province realm as soon as possible. If we're too late, I'm afraid all the saint spirits in the Saint Province realm will be killed. Young master, even if you don't let me handle this matter, I'm still responsible for it. The Saint Province realm is His Excellency the Heavenly Emperor's hometown. When I chat with His Excellency the Heavenly Emperor, he often mentions his hometown. It's not difficult for me to see how much His Excellency cares about his hometown. Since someone wants to destroy Lord Heavenly Emperor's hometown, I won't let them get away with it. After I kill these people, I'll make a trip to the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. I'd like to know how the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, a mere 7-star god of war, is so bold as to provoke Lord Heavenly Emperor. When Duan Lingtian returned to the Saint Province realm with Meng Luo, he did not show himself. Instead, he hid in Meng Luo's little world. He had no intention of showing himself in this matter. If he showed himself, it would implicate Mu Yi. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven went berserk, even Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, would not be able to protect him. Chapter 34:28. In the sky above a vast plain in the Saint Province realm, a burly figure appeared out of thin air. He wore a loose azure robe. His face was resolute and cold, and his tiger-like eyebrows gave him a dignified aura. At this moment, his eyes flickered with icy coldness. Swoosh! As the air rippled, the burly middle-aged man extended his divine sense. Then, as if he had turned into a bolt of lightning, he flew into the air. Meanwhile, an old man dressed in a blue robe landed in front of a steep mountain in the St. Province realm. "Who are you? Why have you come to the General Direction sect?" Several disciples of the General Direction sect who were guarding the mountain gate asked the old man in a deep voice. "I'm here to kill all of you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, a ray of light shot out of his eyes and pierced the space between the eyebrows of one of the disciples guarding the mountain gate. Everything happened in just a blink of an eye. When the remaining disciples regained their senses, the person who was killed had already fallen to the ground with a thud. At the same time, the disciples who regained their senses were horrified. Their eyes were filled with fear. "Quick, report this to the sect leader! There's an enemy attack! Let's go! Let's report this to the sect leader!" As the few of them shouted, they turned around and stepped into the air, flying towards the extremely high altitude of the steep mountain peak. "Just one person is enough to report this." Seeing that the few of them were about to flee and report the matter, the old man's expression changed. He tapped his finger lightly in the air, and a few streaks of light shot through the air like shooting stars in the night sky. In the next moment, apart from the slowest disciple, the rest of the disciples who were faster were killed one after another. Without exception, all of them had their foreheads pierced. The young man who was the slowest among the disciples saw all of this. His face turned pale as he stood rooted to the ground, not daring to move at all. What a joke! These people were too strong and faster than him, but they were killed so easily. Even if he continued to flee, he would not be able to escape from the old man. "Why are you still standing there? If you don't report this, you can accompany them as well." Upon hearing the old man's words, the young man's expression changed drastically. His figure flashed as he desperately rushed to report this matter. Although the General Direction sect was not considered a top force in the St. Province realm, it was still a powerful force. There were many powerhouses who were close to becoming martial monarchs in the sect. When the high-ranking officials of the General Direction sect learned that someone had come to their sect to kill people, they were furious. However, when they personally took action and were all killed by the old man with a raise of his hand, the people who witnessed all of this with their own eyes were scared out of their wits. "Who's that person? Even a martial monarch isn't as strong as him. Heavens! How could our General Direction sect offend such a powerhouse?" Those who had witnessed this scene had a look on their faces. Just as they were about to scatter and flee in all directions and spread the news, causing everyone in the General Fang sect to be extremely terrified and flee, the old man struck once again. Whoosh! 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 Streaks of light flashed in the sky as though they had lives of their own. They chased after the people from the General Direction sect. In the end, everyone from the General Direction sect watched as a group of fellow sect members died in front of their own eyes. Then, their own consciousness gradually turned into nothingness. After killing everyone from the General Direction sect, the old man rose into the air with a satisfied smile on his face. "Killing is a form of art. Those boorish fellows don't know how to enjoy life." The old man was one of the dozen or so celestial emperors from the Luo River sect. Although he was not a titled celestial emperor, his strength was close to one. He was ranked in the top 5 among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect. Based on this, one could see how strong he was. After all, among the dozen or so people from the Luo River sect who had come to the St. Province realm, there were 2 titled celestial emperors. As soon as the old man arrived at the General Direction sect's estate, he saw a tall figure looking at him calmly. "There's a fish that escaped the net?" Initially, the old man thought it was a fish that had escaped the net. His celestial origin energy surged as he prepared to make a move. However, when he realized that he was about to make a move, the other party was still looking at him with an indifferent expression. The gaze that was looking at him gave him a sense of familiarity. It was as though the middle-aged man was looking at a dead person. For a moment, the old man felt that something was amiss. If the middle-aged man was from the mundane realm, it was impossible for the middle-aged man to be so bold. Although the old man had yet to make a move, his aura was enough to make even the strongest bodiless celestial in the mundane realm tremble in fear. However, not only was the middle-aged man calm, but the middle-aged man was also looking at him as though he was a dead man. The people from the Luo River sect? The middle-aged man was none other than Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, who had been searching for the old man. When Meng Luo arrived, the old man had just killed everyone from the General Direction sect. Meng Luo could not help but feel enraged by the old man's actions. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, was infuriated as well. He wished he could leave Meng Luo's little world and kill the old man. However, when he thought about how he could not expose himself, and how he could not risk exposing himself, he held himself back. How did you know? Just as the old man felt that the burly middle-aged man before him was no ordinary man, he couldn't help but be stunned when he heard the other party's words. I want to see everyone from the Luo River sect in the mundane realm within a day. If there's even one person missing, you'll die. As soon as Meng Luo spoke, waves of destructive energy surged out of his body. In just a blink of an eye, it hovered above the old man's head before transforming into a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky. As soon as the gigantic palm appeared, the clouds and mist in the sky retreated for hundreds of miles. From this, one could see how terrifying the gigantic palm was. Although the gigantic palm did not land on the old man, the celestial origin energy it contained that was comparable to a 10-direction celestial emperor and 3 profundities from the law of destruction caused the old man's expression to change drastically. Even in the Luo River sect, there were only a few such powerhouses. Sir? Sir, who are you? The old man asked in a trembling voice. He subconsciously retracted the celestial origin energy that was originally dissipating from his body. This was because he knew that in front of such a powerhouse, there was no difference whether he resisted or not. If Meng Luo wanted to kill him, it would only take a blink of an eye. I'm Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo replied indifferently. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor? The old man's eyes widened when he heard Meng Luo's words. He did not expect Meng Luo to be from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After witnessing Meng Luo's strength, it was not difficult for him to guess Meng Luo was a titled celestial emperor. He did not expect Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. Heavens! In the Luo River sect, even the Saint Girl and the Supreme Elders would not be a match for Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. In the Luo River sect, only the sect leader was capable of defeating Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo, may I know why you're looking for us? The old man asked in a trembling voice. At this moment, an ominous feeling rose in his heart. Could Meng Luo be the reinforcements the 2 celestial emperors had asked for? Although the old man had not seen the male and female celestial emperors, he knew the 2 celestial emperors had left the mundane realm in a hurry after learning about their actions. At that time, the 2 celestial emperors who were in charge of the Luo River sect were from the mundane realm. After all, the 2 celestial emperors had left the mundane realm to find reinforcements to stop them. However, that was only a guess. They did not expect the reinforcements to be the heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, was a famous figure in the Devata realms. He was famous not only because of his strength but also because he was the closest subordinate of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In fact, Feng Qingyang had even killed a heavenly emperor for Meng Luo. I don't have the patience to wait, Meng Luo said impatiently, ignoring the old man's words. The old man did not dare to hesitate any longer. He hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the others and told them Meng Luo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had come. Upon hearing the old man's words, the remaining dozen or so people were frightened out of their wits. What? Meng Luo? The heavenly savage celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven? Heavens! Who are those 2 people? How did they manage to get reinforcements like Meng Luo? Back then, Heavenly Emperor Feng Qingyang from the solitary destructive heaven killed the Heavenly Emperor for Meng Luo. In terms of strength, Meng Luo is on par with the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. We can't go. What if he kills us if we go? After learning that Meng Luo had asked them to go to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, none of them wanted to go. Upon hearing their words, the old man regretted telling them the truth. When he thought about how Meng Luo would kill him if he did not show up, he hurriedly sent a voice transmission to the others and said, "I'm sorry. I've already told Lord Meng Luo your names. Lord Meng Luo has said that if any of you don't show up, he'll hunt you down and kill you even if you leave the Luo River Heaven and the Luo River sect. Lord Meng Luo has also said that he won't kill you." As soon as the old man finished speaking, the group of people immediately stopped killing and moved toward the old man. In less than half a day, a group of people had gathered together with the old man and appeared in front of Meng Luo. "Lord Meng Luo." The group of people, including the old man, bowed at Meng Luo. Their bodies were stiff, and their voices were trembling slightly. In the Hall of Literature. Chapter 34-29. Are there two titled celestial emperors among you? Duan Lingtian, who was in Meng Luo's little world, glared at the group of celestial emperors from the Luo River Heaven. Meanwhile, Meng Luo looked at the group of celestial emperors indifferently. "Lord Meng Luo." An old man and a middle-aged man stepped forward and introduced themselves. One of them was Yu Xiu, the Chang Yu Celestial Emperor, and the other was Chang Yi, the Feng Mi Celestial Emperor. As soon as the two of them stepped forward and looked at Meng Luo respectfully, a destructive aura surged out of Meng Luo's body. The two titled celestial emperors' expressions changed drastically as the destructive aura surged out of Meng Luo's body. The destructive aura seemed to have transformed into a gigantic black beast that opened its mouth and devoured the two titled celestial emperors. In the next moment, the two titled celestial emperors fell silent. When the destructive aura dissipated, the two titled celestial emperors were nowhere to be seen. Two spatial rings fell from the sky. The two titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect had died in just the blink of an eye. Both of them were ordinary titled celestial emperors. They were like 3-year-old children in front of a titled celestial emperor like Meng Luo. Lord Meng Luo! Lord Meng Luo, please spare our lives! We were only following orders. Lord Meng Luo, please spare our lives! The remaining immortal emperors all knelt down with expressions of fear on their faces. Many of them silently cursed the person who told them to come over. Didn't Meng Luo say that as long as they came, he wouldn't kill them? The two strongest titled celestial emperors among them were killed by Meng Luo in just a blink of an eye. They had heard of Meng Luo's strength in the past, but hearing about it, and witnessing it with their own eyes were two completely different concepts. After witnessing Meng Luo's terrifying strength with their own eyes, as well as the scene of Meng Luo calmly killing people, they felt a chill rush from the soles of their feet to their heads, causing them to shudder. "Do you know why I'm here?" Meng Luo asked indifferently as he looked at the kneeling celestial emperors. The group of celestial emperors fell silent upon hearing Meng Luo's words. They immediately thought of the two titled celestial emperors who had sent the message to Meng Luo. It seemed like Meng Luo had a close relationship with them for him to stand up for them. Now, they only thought that as long as they could return, they would never return to the mundane plane again. Unless the sect leader of the Luo River sect, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River sect, stepped forward to suppress Meng Luo and prevent him from meddling in other people's business. Lord Meng Luo. In the end, one of them mustered up his courage and said, "We came to the mundane realm under orders from our Luo River sect's saint girl. The saintess said that this was the order of the hierarch. I'm sure Lord Meng Luo is aware that the sect leader of our Luo River sect is the Heavenly Emperor of our Luo River Heaven." When he mentioned the Heavenly Empress of the Luo River Heavenly Emperor, he felt that Meng Luo would have some misgivings and retreat. "The Luo River Celestial Emperor?" Meng Luo looked at the man meaningfully before he said, "Do you think I'll be frightened by you if you mention the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven?" The man's expression changed drastically when he heard Meng Luo's words. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead as he said, "I wouldn't dare. Lord Meng Luo, that's not what I meant. I really didn't mean that, Meng Luo continued to say. The reason I'm here is because I received news that the Luo River sect is planning to massacre all living beings in the Saint Province realm. Meng Luo continued. Do you know why I, Meng Luo, am standing up for you? Meng Luo glanced at the group of people in front of him and asked meaningfully. What do you think? Seeing that the group of people had lowered their heads and were trembling in fear, Meng Luo continued to say. It's because the Saint Province realm is the hometown of the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the group of celestial emperors from the Luo River sect who were still trembling in fear froze in place. When they heard Meng Luo's words, their minds froze for a moment. The mundane realm they were in was the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. Moreover, it was the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. In an instant, when their minds came back to life, they felt goosebumps rising on every inch of their bodies, and their scalps went numb. Heavens! They were planning to massacre all living beings in the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Meng Luo said coldly. Only one of you can return to the Luo River sect to report the news. If anyone dares to flee, I'll make a move on them. Meng Luo said calmly as he looked at the remaining celestial emperors from the Luo River sect coldly. As soon as Meng Luo finished speaking, the expressions of the celestial emperors changed drastically. Without waiting for Meng Luo to speak, the celestial emperors began to kill each other. In the beginning, most of them joined forces to deal with the strongest celestial emperors from the solitary destructive heaven. The second and third strongest celestial emperors from the solitary destructive heaven were also killed. In the end, only one celestial emperor was left alive. He was severely injured, but fortunately he survived. His eyes and face were filled with joy. Lord Meng Luo. The celestial emperor looked at Meng Luo anxiously and asked, Can I leave now? You can leave now, Meng Luo said indifferently. Send the news to the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Thank you, Lord Meng Luo. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, the celestial emperor left with a relieved expression on his face. After the celestial emperor left, Duan Lingtian appeared with an unsightly expression on his face. Young master, we'll have to wait for Lord Heavenly Emperor's return before we can make a decision. However, I'm sure the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven won't dare to act recklessly in the Saint Province realm, Meng Luo said to Duan Lingtian. All right. Duan Lingtian nodded. Then, he said to Meng Luo, Senior Meng Luo, you can return for now. I want to look around the Saint Province realm by myself. Young master, I have nothing else to do, so I'll follow you. It's just as well that I haven't seen Lord Heavenly Emperor's hometown, Meng Luo said with a smile. Naturally, Meng Luo stayed to ensure Duan Lingtian's safety. After all, he had learned from Duan Lingtian that the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven had something to do with Duan Lingtian. After all, Duan Lingtian had killed the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven. For this reason, Meng Luo did not dare to be careless. If the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven went crazy and came to the Saint Province realm, would Meng Luo not be in danger? Duan Lingtian did not stop Meng Luo from staying. Instead, he began to think about his hometown and the 10 great dynasties. Since they haven't left, it means they haven't killed all the living beings in the Saint Province realm. The 10 great dynasties are located in a remote area, so they shouldn't have gone there yet. Naturally, Duan Lingtian knew he was just trying to comfort himself. For celestial emperors from the Luo River sect, the Saint Province realm was not a remote place. In fact, even those who stood at the peak of the Saint Province realm were no different from ordinary people in the Saint Province realm. To celestial emperors, even the strongest bodiless celestial in the Saint Province realm was like an ant that could not withstand a single blow. I hope they're all right. Although the people who were important to him were no longer in his hometown in the Saint Province realm, and most of his old friends had passed away with the passage of time, they were still alive. However, the descendants of his old friends were still here. Meanwhile, Duan Lingtian brought Meng Luo back to the 10 great dynasties. The celestial emperor from the Luo River sect who had escaped from Meng Luo's clutches finally returned to the Luo River heaven. In fact, he did not want to return. However, his family and friends were all in the Luo River sect. Therefore, he could not leave alone. Therefore, he had no choice but to return. Lord Saint Girl. The celestial emperor who had survived was a middle-aged man dressed in a long green robe. His face was as fair as jade, but his expression was unsightly at this moment. A hint of fear could be seen in his eyes as well. What happened? Feng Jianyu, the saint girl of the Luo River sect and the biological daughter of Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, realized something was amiss when she saw the expression on the middle-aged man's face. Her expression turned slightly serious. Lord Saint Girl, apart from me, everyone who went to the Saint Province realm is dead, including Lord Chang'e and Lord Yuxiu. The middle-aged man bowed as he reported to Feng Jianyu. His body trembled slightly as he lowered his head. What? Feng Jianyu's expression changed drastically. How's that possible? All of you are celestial emperors, and 2 of you are even titled celestial emperors. How could all of you die in a mundane realm? Speak! What the hell happened? Feng Jianyu's expression darkened. She did not expect only one of the people she had sent to the mundane realm would return alive. She could not figure it out. It was just a mundane plane. Could it be that there were scourges and ferocious beasts in there? Lord Saint Girl, Lord Meng Luo from the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven came to the mundane realm and stopped us. The middle-aged man did not dare to be negligent. He quickly told Feng Jianyu about Meng Luo's appearance and Meng Luo's words. Feng Jianyu was shocked when she heard the middle-aged man's words. Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, intervened? Moreover, he said the Saint Province realm is the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven? Since Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, had intervened, it was already a miracle that even one of the people she had sent to the mundane realm returned alive. Feng Jianyu knew this very well. Otherwise, she was not confident she would be able to escape unscathed from Meng Luo. However, she did not expect this to happen. She did not expect the Saint Province realm to be the hometown of Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven. How could there be such a coincidence in this world? Chapter 34:30. Although the Guyao planet was some distance away from the Taiao planet, there was no planet with a galaxy teleporter that was closest to the Guyao planet. Therefore, the group from the Lightning Sword sect left the Taiao planet directly and traveled through the stars towards the Guyao planet. Along the way, Zhou Dongwang could see a few planets shining brightly under the light of the central star of the Hengliu galaxy. It was a dazzling sight. The Guyao planet is just ahead. As the voice of the Lightning Sword sect Yuqing sounded, Zhou Dongwang looked up instinctively, and saw a grayish-green planet with a portion of blue in the background. Zhou Dongwang knew clearly. The grayish-green was the land and rivers of this planet, and the blue was probably the sea of this planet. The latter was not as large as the former. Also, the atmosphere surrounding this planet was not white but grayish-brown, and it looked a little strange. So many people! As he got closer, Zhou Dongwang heard a few scattered cries of surprise. Only then did he realize that there were quite a few people standing in groups all over the planet as they got closer. It was obvious that these people were from the other sects of the Alliance. There are a total of 52 sects in the Alliance. This time, there are more than 2,000 Dharma adepts participating in the Alliance hunt. These people add up to less than 1,000 people, and it's obvious that many have not arrived. He Mingxi stood beside Zhou Dongwang and spoke softly to him. Tomorrow is the Alliance hunt, and those who are not here should be here today, De Zhuang said. Little brother. He Mingxi smiled at Zhou Dongwang. Hurry up and see if your little lover is here yet. I'm not familiar with the Jihan sect, so I can't recognize you. Although the Jihan sect was a sect with more females than males, there were many other sects in the alliance of the Hengliu galaxy that were also more females than males. There was even a sect that only accepted female disciples. Faced with He Mingxi's teasing, Zhou Dongwang looked up helplessly and scanned the 1,000 people in front of him, but he did not find Luo Qinghan. It was obvious that Luo Qinghan had not arrived yet. Or perhaps, Luo Qinghan had already arrived, but was on the other side of the Guyao planet. Haha! Sect leader Yu, the Lightning Sword sect is here early as well? Zhou Dongwang and the rest had just stopped in the sky near the Guyao planet when the leader of the group closest to them smiled and greeted the Lightning Sword sect leader, Yu Yuqing, from afar. He was a middle-aged man with a curly beard who was dressed in a dark golden robe. Yu Yuqing stood at the very front of the group from the Lightning Sword sect and was extremely eye-catching. Sect leader Zhang. Yu Yuqing looked at the other party and smiled. Your Yunyu sect is ahead of our Lightning Sword sect again. We just arrived as well. The golden-robed middle-aged man shook his head and smiled. Then, his gaze instinctively landed on the group of people behind Yu Yuqing. Without any hesitation, he asked, Sect leader Yu, I heard that your sect has produced a genius at the mid-Dharma stage who has mastered dharmic possession. This time, he should be here, right? Because Yu Yuqing was some distance away from the golden-robed middle-aged man, when the man spoke, his voice was heard by the group of people behind him and the Lightning Sword sect. The group from the Lightning Sword sect was still fine. Only a few people instinctively looked at Zhou Dongwang and whispered among themselves. That Yunyu sect leader probably doesn't know. Junior brother Dongwang is now at the late Dharma stage. I really didn't expect junior brother Dongwang to be so famous that even the Yunyu sect, which is so far away from the Lightning Sword sect, knows of his existence. When the Thunder Knife sect took in Han Yujing, the so-called genius of the Tailao planet, the news has spread to almost half of the Hengliu galaxy. Our Lightning Sword sect's Zhou Dongwang defeated Han Yujing in one blow. Naturally, this news could not be kept a secret. I'm afraid that all the major sects of the Alliance have heard of it. Unlike the group of Dharma disciples from the Lightning Sword sect, who had a clear understanding of Zhou Donghuang's abilities, the group of Dharma disciples from the Yunyu sect looked at the group from the Lightning Sword sect with uncertainty in their eyes. Mid-Dharma stage, mastering dharmic possession? You must be joking. I also think that it's impossible. Even for ultimate Dharma adepts, there are not many who can master dharmic possession. But that's what the rumors say. I think it's fake news. Many rumors become more and more ridiculous as they spread. Obviously, the group of Dharma disciples from the Yunyu sect did not believe that there was someone in the Lightning Sword sect who could master dharmic possession at the mid-Dharma stage. Faced with the Yunyu sect leader's question, Yu Yuqing laughed heartily. Sect leader Zhang, you're really well informed. Little junior brother, that's the Yunyu sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan. Himingshi said to Zhou Dongwang. The Yunyu sect has always had a good relationship with our Lightning Sword sect. Under the Yunyu sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, there's also a mid-Dharma adept who is quite powerful. It's said that the Yunyu sect is second only to his mid-Dharma adept and could not even withstand one blow from him. Speak of the devil. Almost at the same time as Himingshi's words, a tall and burly young man dressed in a brocade robe stepped out from behind the Yunyu sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan. He bowed to Yu Yuqing and said, Yuan Dong greets senior uncle Yu. I was talking about him just now, Himingshi said to Zhou Dongwang. At this time, Himingshi said to Zhou Dongwang. His Dharma power is also very strong. Although it has not reached the level of Dharma power possession, it is very close. Faced with Yuan Dong's bow, Yu Yuqing laughed. Junior Yuan Dong, you haven't reached the late Dharma stage yet, have you? Senior Uncle Yu, I plan to reach the late Dharma stage after this alliance hunt. Yuan Dong said in a tone that was neither servile nor overbearing. It looks like you can break through now, but you haven't done so yet. Yu Yuqing looked at Yuan Dong deeply. Similar situations were not rare in the various large sects of the Alliance. If one did not increase their level of training and relied on their current Dharma power to participate in the Alliance hunt, they would undoubtedly have a greater advantage, and it would be easier to gain points. Junior Yuan Dong, are you planning to make it to the top 10 this time? Yu Yuqing asked. I hope so. As Yuan Dong finished speaking, he looked at Yu Yuqing with a burning gaze and said, Senior Uncle Yu, I know that I may not be a match for the genius disciple of your esteemed sect who has mastered the Dharmic possession technique at the mid-Dharma stage, but I still want to spar with him before the alliance hunt. Would that be convenient? As he finished speaking, he added, My Dharma power has recently reached a bottleneck, and it is difficult for me to improve further and master the Dharmic possession technique. I want to see if I can be inspired by sparring with the genius disciple of your esteemed sect. As soon as Yuan Dong opened his mouth, he intended to challenge Zhou Dongwang. However, after hearing Yuan Dong's words, Yu Yuqing shook his head. Junior Yuan Dong, forget it. Senior Uncle Yu, Yuan Dong said seriously. I just want to see his ability. Even if I am defeated by him in one move, I will accept it. Junior Yuan Dong, he has already reached the late Dharma stage. Yu Yuqing said. It is meaningless for you to spar with him. As soon as Yu Yuqing said this, the Yunyu sect disciples who had wanted to mock the genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, Zhou Dongwang, immediately shut their mouths. Yuan Dong's expression froze for a moment, then he smiled bitterly and sighed. He is more daring than I am. As soon as he finished speaking, he retreated. Sect leader Yu, sect leader Zhang. At this time, another group of people approached from afar. The leader was an old man in a white robe, with white hair and white eyebrows. He smiled and greeted Yu Yuqing and Zhang Yuanhan. Sect leader Huang. Yu Yuqing and Zhang Yuanhan quickly responded to the old man. At this time, He Mingxi introduced him to Zhou Dongwang and De Zhuang, who were beside her. This is the sect leader of the Tiansong sect, Huang Chunqiu. Sect leader Yu, the mid-Dharma stage genius disciple of your Lightning Sword sect, is now famous throughout the entire Hengliu galaxy. This time, he should be here, right? As Huang Chunqiu led the group of people from the Tiansong sect closer, he looked at Yu Yuqing. From his words, it was obvious that he was interested in Zhou Dongwang. Little junior brother, I didn't lie to you, right? Now you're a famous person in the entire Hengliu galaxy. Even within the two transcendental forces, I'm afraid that your name is circulating. He Mingxi smiled and said, That little lover of yours must have heard of your deeds. This is strange. Why hasn't she come to look for you? When Zhou Dongwang heard He Mingxi's words, he was speechless. The Yunyu sect leader, Zhang Yuanhan, smiled and said to the Tiansong sect leader Huang Chunqiu, Sect leader Huang, that genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect has now entered the late Dharma stage. Just now, my disciple, Yuan Dong, wanted to spar with him, but when he found out that he had already entered the late Dharma stage, he could only give up. From what I know, your last disciple, Mo Etienne, has already trained his Dharma power to the point of Dharma possession at the late Dharma stage. I wonder, compared to that genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, who is stronger and who is weaker? As he spoke, Zhang Yuanhan's eyes revealed a hint of curiosity. Sect leader Zhang, fists and feet have no eyes. The alliance hunt is about to begin tomorrow, and sparring at this time is too risky. Even if you want to see my stupid disciple spar with that genius disciple of the Lightning Sword sect, you should wait until the alliance hunt is over. Huang Chunqiu shook his head and said, If that's the case, I'll wait and see. Regarding Huang Chunqiu's response, Zhang Yuanhan was not surprised. This was because he already knew that the Tiansong sect leader was famous for being cautious. His last disciple, Mo Etienne, was the trump card of the Tiansong sect in this alliance hunt. Naturally, he would not be willing to let him spar with anyone at this time. Not to mention that he might not be able to win. Even if he won, he would have to pay a heavy price. Little junior brother, this last disciple of the Tiansong sect leader, Mo Etienne, has mastered the Dharma possession technique at the late Dharma stage. Based on the previous alliance hunts, it's almost certain that he will make it into the top 10 of this year's alliance hunt. He Mingxi said to Zhou Dongwang. He Mingxi said to Zhou Dongwang. I just don't know what rank he will get. Chapter 34-32. The 10 great dynasties could only be considered a remote place in the sanctuary realm. Their forces were also the weakest in the sanctuary realm, let alone the celestial emperors who stood at the peak of the Devata realms. Even a bodiless celestial who stood at the peak of the Saint Province realm could easily annihilate the 10 great dynasties. It's gone! It's all gone! Duan Lingtian was in a daze when he heard this. Not long ago, he had returned to the 10 great dynasties with Wanner. They had traveled from Fresh Breeze Town to Aurora City, and then to other places he had visited. There were traces of him everywhere, and there were legends of him everywhere. Not only that, but there were also descendants of his old friends everywhere. But now, all of this was gone. The Luo River sect, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Flames of fury burned in Duan Lingtian's eyes. The heavenly emperor of a Devata realm actually wanted to slaughter the entire Saint Province realm and the people from the 4 great dynasties in his hometown for his own selfish desires. After a long while, Duan Lingtian took a deep breath before he regained his senses. However, his expression was still unsightly as he muttered to himself. If little Fei Tian Wu and my parents find out about this, they'll definitely be devastated. Forget it, I'll just tell them. Initially, Duan Lingtian had planned to keep it a secret from Li Fei and the others. However, since they would find out about this sooner or later, there was no need to keep it a secret from them. When Duan Lingtian told Li Fei and the others about this matter, Li Fei and the others were infuriated. They did not expect the heavenly emperor of a Devata realm would do such a thing. Tianer, I know you want to seek revenge, but before you're strong enough, it's best not to expose yourself. Moreover, I'm afraid the heavenly emperor Feng Qingyang won't let this matter rest. Duan Ruffin said solemnly to Duan Lingtian. He was afraid that his son would run to the Luo River heavenly emperor to settle the score. However, as soon as Duan Rufeng finished speaking, he remembered his son's experience in the Devata realms was much more profound than his. Therefore, he did not need to tell his son about this since he was sure his son would know. Father, I know what to do. Don't worry, Duan Lingtian said. Big brother Lingtian, let's go to the Greenwave Han mansion and take a look. Han Xuanai said to Duan Lingtian with a worried expression on her face. Her hometown was also in the Saint Province realm, and her home in the Saint Province realm was the Greenwave Han mansion. Hundreds of years had passed, and she didn't know how her family was doing. However, she couldn't help but worry. All right. Upon hearing Han Xuanai's words, Duan Lingtian finally regained his senses. Xuanai's home was not in the 10 great dynasties. For this reason, he decided to make his way to the Greenwave Han mansion based on his memories. The Greenwave Han mansion was Xuanai's home, and her family was there as well. Due to the high cultivation base of Xuanai's family, as long as there were no accidents, they would be able to live forever. However, when Duan Lingtian arrived at the Greenwave Han mansion, he discovered that Xuanai's home was destroyed as well. Xuanai's home in the Greenwave Han mansion was also destroyed. No! 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 Impossible! This is impossible! Above the ruined Greenwave Han mansion, Xuanai stared at the scene in front of her in disbelief. A hint of pain could be seen in her eyes. Her home was gone. Most likely, her family was gone as well. Brother Lingtian! Han Xuanai threw herself into Duan Lingtian's arms and cried bitterly. Duan Lingtian could clearly feel her tears on his back. He quickly reached out and patted her back. Xuanai, don't worry. It's been hundreds of years, they're no longer in the Greenwave Han mansion. Duan Lingtian was comforting Han Xuanai as well. Even he felt that Xuanai's family was most likely dead. At this moment, the anger he felt towards Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, rose even higher. Although Duan Lingtian had become a celestial emperor, he did not think he was very strong even with the help of the 5 divine elements. There were too many powerhouses in this world. When he was in the mundane realm, he had learned about the realms of gods. Moreover, he knew the people from the realms of gods were much stronger than celestials from the Devata realms. Yun Qingyan, the young master of the Yun clan in the Divine Offering Land, was able to send Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, into the Azure Hell, one of the 7 deadliest places in the Devata realms. Based on this, one could easily imagine how strong the people from the realms of gods were. Yun Qingyan was just a servant. Xuan, don't worry. If anything happens to them, I'll make sure you kill the culprit, Duan Lingtian said to Han Xuanai in a deep voice. This was his promise to Han Xuanai. Meng Luo was the only one present. Moreover, he knew how powerful Duan Lingtian was. Therefore, he did not think Duan Lingtian was making empty promises. If other titled celestial emperors were present, they would have burst out laughing upon hearing Duan Lingtian's words. Although the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven was considered ordinary among heavenly emperors, she was still a 7-star god of war. She ruled over her own territory in the 9 Serenities battlefield. How could an ordinary celestial emperor like Duan Lingtian dare to say he wanted to capture and kill her? How laughable! Senior Meng Luo! After comforting Han Xuanai, Duan Lingtian looked at Meng Luo and asked, Since the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven knows you're involved in this matter, and that this is Senior Feng Qingyang's hometown, I'm sure she won't dare to act rashly, right? Even if she's 10 times braver, she won't dare to act rashly, Meng Luo said confidently. Upon hearing Meng Luo's words, Duan Lingtian sighed in relief. Although most of his friends and descendants were dead, the Saint Province realm was still his second hometown. Naturally, he did not want to see any harm befall the Saint Province realm. With that, Duan Lingtian and Meng Luo returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven in the solitary destructive heaven. After returning to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, Duan Lingtian discovered his family and friends in his little world were all focused on their cultivation. It was clear the ordeal in the Saint Province realm had put a lot of pressure on them. In the past, they thought they would be invincible in the mundane realms even if their strength was mediocre in the Devata realms. However, when the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven sent her men to slaughter the people in the Saint Province realm, they realized they would not be completely safe even if they left the Devata realms and returned to the mundane realms. After all, a celestial emperor was more than enough to take their lives. This made them feel pressured. For this reason, they worked even harder in their cultivation. At this time, even Mu Yi, under the influence of the crowd, began to cultivate as if she was a master. It seems like it won't take long for them to become celestial lords or even celestial emperors. After taking a look at the situation in his little world, Duan Lingtian began to focus on his cultivation in his residence. Currently, he was under a lot of pressure and was shouldering a heavy burden. Situ Zhuqing, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River Heaven. Yang Yunxiao, the heavenly emperor of the floating heaven. He wanted to kill Yang Yunxiao. Yang Yunxiao wanted to force Yang Yunxiao to hand over Kong Yi's father, the almighty wind celestial emperor. Every now and then, Hualao would send celestial pills and celestial fruits to Duan Lingtian. However, these things were not valuable in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. After all, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, had never accepted a formal disciple before. As for the others, they might have searched for celestial pills and celestial fruits for their disciples. However, those were their personal belongings. Moreover, there was a limit to the number of celestial pills and celestial fruits. They would not be so generous as to give them to Duan Lingtian. However, when Hualao learned about the celestial pills and celestial fruits, he would personally ask for them. Of course, as an equivalent exchange, Elder Hu also gave them many items of equal value. With this, Duan Lingtian, his family, and friends cultivated at a shocking speed. Apart from that, Duan Lingtian did not forget to further comprehend the law of space with the help of the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity. With the Supreme Powerhouse Divinity, his speed of comprehending the law of space was ridiculously fast. Time flew by. In just a blink of an eye, more than 200 years had passed. The heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven was still the same as it was 200 years ago. 200 years was not a long time for the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and the celestials in the Devata realms. Young master, Duan Lingtian, who was cultivating in his room, heard Hualao's voice. He immediately stopped cultivating and walked out of his room. Hualao, what's the matter? Over the past 300 years, Hualao had only been diligent in the first 100 years. After that, he had become less and less frequent. After all, the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven had a limited supply of celestial pills and celestial fruits. Hualao had already traded away most of the celestial pills and celestial fruits. Later on, even though Hualao had gone out to search for celestial pills and celestial fruits, there were still fewer and fewer of them. "Young master, Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned," Hualao said with a smile when he saw Duan Lingtian. Duan Lingtian had thought Hualao had come to give him celestial pills and celestial fruits. He did not expect such a reply from Hualao. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment before an expression of joy appeared on his face. His eyes shone brightly as he asked, "Senior Feng Qingyang has returned from the Azura Hell?" "That's right." Hualao nodded with a smile on his face. "Lord Heavenly Emperor has returned today. When he found out you've returned to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven, he immediately asked me to bring you to him." Hualao's tone was filled with respect when he mentioned the heavenly emperor. "Let's go!" Duan Lingtian's eyes were filled with anticipation as he followed Hualao. Senior Feng Qingyang. He was finally going to meet Senior Feng Qingyang. Ever since Duan Lingtian had arrived in the Devata realm and learned Feng Qingyang had not perished in the Azura Hell, he had been looking forward to meeting Senior Feng Qingyang. Now, the day had finally arrived. Chapter 34-33. Feng Qingyang was the first-generation successor of the seven absolute sex fog rain progeny in the Saint Province realm. Duan Lingtian was the second-generation successor. When Duan Lingtian was in the Saint Province realm, he had accidentally obtained Feng Qingyang's legacy and mastered the Sovereign Heart Sword. Since then, his journey in the Saint Province realm had been smooth sailing. It could be said that the reason Duan Lingtian became so powerful was mostly due to the Sovereign Heart Sword that he mastered. When Duan Lingtian was still in the Saint Province realm, he had wondered more than once if he would be able to meet Feng Qingyang, who was his master even though they were not officially master and disciple. When he arrived at the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven and obtained the approval of Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, he knew it was only a matter of time before he met Senior Feng Qingyang. However, he did not expect he would wait for more than 200 years. For most celestials in the Devata realms, 200 years was just a blink of an eye. However, for Duan Lingtian, these 200 years were almost half of his life. After all, he was only slightly over 500 years old. "Young master, when you were in the mundane realm, Lord Heavenly Emperor witnessed your heavenly tribulation through the formation mirror image. At that time, I had just left you." When Hualao brought Duan Lingtian to meet Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, he could not help but sigh. "I didn't expect 500 years would pass in just a blink of an eye. Senior Feng Qingyang witnessed my heavenly tribulation through the formation mirror image?" Duan Lingtian was stunned. This was his first time hearing Hualao mention this. He did not expect Senior Feng Qingyang had been watching him for so long. "Back then, Lord Heavenly Emperor, Quangling, and the sword soul of Lord Heavenly Emperor's solitary destructive flaming heavenly sword witnessed your heavenly tribulation." Hualao sighed. Duan Lingtian had learned from Hualao that Quangling, the sword soul of the Nirvana flaming heavenly sword, had perished because he was a servant of the Yun family's young master, Yun Qinyan. The divine weapon used by Yun Qinyan's servant was of a higher grade than the solitary destructive flaming sky sword. The weapon's soul was also stronger, so it killed Quangling instantly. Back then, the reason why Hualao had suddenly disappeared was because Senior Feng Qingyang had ordered the sword soul of his divine artifact, solitary extinguishing flaming heavenly sword, to take Hualao away. His original intention was to not let the existence of Hualao and the Seven Treasures' exquisite pagoda make him too reliant on them, so as to prevent him from neglecting his cultivation. It was obvious that Senior Feng Qingyang had been paying attention to him since a long time ago. Furthermore, the importance he attached to him was unprecedented. At least, that was what Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor, told Duan Lingtian. He was the closest subordinate to Feng Qingyang. Otherwise, Meng Luo would not have been so respectful to him. During the past 200 years, Duan Lingtian had visited almost every corner of the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. He was familiar with every place. However, now that he had followed Elder Hua to meet Feng Qingyang, he felt that the journey that was supposed to be a short one seemed a little long. Moreover, he had mixed feelings about this. He was excited, filled with anticipation, and anxious. Most of all, he felt restrained. That's where Lord Heavenly Emperor lives, Hualao said to Duan Lingtian as he looked at the floating island in front of them. The floating island was a forbidden area in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. Only a select few were allowed to enter. Since Duan Lingtian was Feng Qingyang's future disciple, he had been here a few times in the past since he was acknowledged by Meng Luo, the heavenly savage celestial emperor. The floating island was located in a secluded valley in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The valley was like a paradise. It was filled with lush greenery, birds chirped, and flowers bloomed. Although Duan Lingtian had been here before, he was in a completely different mood this time. In the past, he was in the mood to admire the scenery. However, now, he was in no mood to admire the scenery. His attention was completely focused on the floating island in front of him. When he first came to this small floating island, he saw a spacious courtyard on top of it. There was a room behind the courtyard. It was just that even though he knew of the existence of this residence, he did not know that it was the residence of Feng Qingyang. Lord Heavenly Emperor, the young master has arrived. Elder Hua brought Duan Lingtian up to the small floating island and landed in the courtyard. He bowed respectfully as he spoke to the room behind the courtyard. Duan Lingtian took a deep breath as he stared at the courtyard in front of him. Whoosh! As soon as Elder Hua finished speaking, a deep yellow energy swept out from the room in front of him, bringing with it a majestic aura. Duan Lingtian could tell it was the energy from the law of earth. In the next moment, Duan Lingtian was shocked by what he saw. The khaki energy took form not far from him before it took the form of a human. Then, a silhouette appeared before it gradually became corporeal. A tall young man dressed in a green robe appeared before Duan Lingtian's eyes. He had a handsome appearance with a hint of coldness in his expression. The young man's eyebrows were straight, and his eyes were extremely sharp as if they could see through everything. Now, the young man was looking at Duan Lingtian with a smile on his face. Many years ago, I saw you through the formation's mirror image. I haven't seen you since. Your appearance hasn't changed over the years, but your temperament has changed a lot. As soon as the young man spoke, Duan Lingtian immediately confirmed his identity and hurriedly bowed to him. Duan Lingtian greets Senior Feng Qingyang. You're still calling me senior? The young man raised his eyebrows with a mocking expression. Young master, you should call him master. At this moment, Hualao reminded him through voice transmission. Duan Lingtian hurriedly corrected himself when he heard this. Duan Lingtian greets master. Originally, he thought that he would have to go through a series of apprenticeship procedures before he could call Senior Feng Qingyang master. Now, it seemed that the other party did not care about formalities at all. Haha. The young man, Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, could not help but laugh when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. We finally meet, master and disciple. Ever since I was trapped in the Azure Hell, I've lost contact with you. I've sent people to look for you, but you were no longer there. I think you must have ascended. I didn't expect you to become a celestial emperor in just a few hundred years. Feng Qingyang sighed emotionally when he reached the end of his sentence. At this moment, Hualao left, leaving only Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang in the room. I had some fortuitous encounters. Duan Lingtian smiled faintly. Then, he recalled something that caused a guilty expression to appear on his face. Master, I'd like to apologize for causing you to be trapped in the Azure Hell. You don't have to apologize. Feng Qingyang shook his head. Everything in the world is fated. You might think that you're the one who caused me to be trapped in the Azure Hell. However, if I wasn't trapped in the Azure Hell, I wouldn't be who I am today. Feng Qingyang had only managed to achieve what he had today because he was trapped in the Azure Hell. To a certain extent, It could be said that Duan Lingtian was the one who had helped him achieve his goals. For this reason, he had always been concerned about Duan Lingtian. After leaving the Azura Hell, he had sent people to look for Duan Lingtian at the entrance of the Azura Hell. Master, I heard that you've become a god. Duan Lingtian asked curiously. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. I'm currently using the law of Earth's clone. No wonder. Realization dawned on Duan Lingtian when he recalled how his master had revealed himself earlier. As it turned out, this was the law of Earth's clone that the world-cleansing divine water had told him about. The world-cleansing divine water had told him that after one became a god, one would be able to form a law of Earth's clone after comprehending all the profundities of a law to the mastery stage. The law of Earth's clone could be detached from the main body and possess the strength of the law that the main body had mastered. As for the energy in the body, it was the divine energy. I didn't expect you to be skilled in the law of Earth as well, Master. Duan Lingtian sighed. Based on what he knew, his master, Feng Qingyang, had made a name for himself by comprehending the law of destruction. His strongest law was the law of destruction. His sword Dao was inclined toward the law of destruction. Feng Qingyang had comprehended the law of destruction through the sword Dao. Moreover, he had immersed himself in the sword Dao for many years. Therefore, his attainments in the law of destruction were unrivaled in the Devata realms. I'm skilled in the law of destruction and the law of earth, Feng Qingyang said with a smile. Following that, Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang chatted for a while before Feng Qingyang asked about the incident in the past. At that time, the person who wanted to kill me said it was because of you. He said it was the price I had to pay for passing on my legacy to you. That person was a half-step deity, and the profundities of law he comprehended were no weaker than mine back then. In addition, his divine artifact was stronger than mine, so I was no match for him. He said he came from the realm of gods, the divine offering land. How did you offend such a person? Feng Qingyang found it hard to believe. At that time, Duan Lingtian should still be in the mundane realm. How could someone from the mundane realm offend someone from the realm of gods? Master, it's because of my wife, Ker. Duan Lingtian did not hide the truth from Feng Qingyang. He told Feng Qingyang everything that had happened in the past. The person who attacked you is just a servant of the Yun clan. I didn't expect that to be the reason. Realization dawned on Feng Qingyang when he heard Duan Lingtian's words. He looked at Duan Lingtian and said, No wonder you've achieved so much in just a few hundred years. As it turns out, you're planning to save your wife when the spatial tunnel between the realms of gods and the Devata realms opens in a few hundred years. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to figure out that Duan Lingtian's achievements were largely due to the pressure from the Yun clan in the divine offering land. Before Duan Lingtian could reply, Feng Qingyang's eyes glinted as he changed the topic. I've learned about the Saint Province realm. Come with me to the Luo River Heaven. He regretted asking this question. It was tantamount to reopening his disciples' scars. Chapter 34-34. It was not difficult for Feng Qingyang to empathize with Duan Lingtian's predicament. Back then, when he was being hunted down by the Shura clan's strongest expert, he had always wondered if Duan Lingtian would be in even more danger if he was hunted down by the people from the divine offering land even though he had not met Duan Lingtian before. For this reason, Duan Lingtian did not think Duan Lingtian was still alive. In fact, he thought Duan Lingtian was already dead. Previously, when he had just left the Azura Hell, he had casually sent someone to look for Duan Lingtian in the Saint Province realm because he was certain Duan Lingtian had met with mishap. He had only sent someone to look for Duan Lingtian because he wanted confirmation. Although the person did not manage to find Duan Lingtian, he did not find any news of Duan Lingtian's death when he went to the Saint Province realm to investigate. At that time, Duan Lingtian had harbored some fantasies. Naturally, it was only a fantasy. Duan Lingtian was certain Duan Lingtian was dead. After all, Duan Lingtian had offended people from the realms of gods while Duan Lingtian was only from a mundane realm. He had not even ascended to become a celestial. In the eyes of celestials from the Devata realms, Duan Lingtian was like an ant, let alone people from the realms of gods. Upon hearing about Duan Lingtian's past, Feng Qingyang was infuriated. He did not expect someone would be so ruthless. Luo River Heaven? Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian calmed down immediately. His attention was completely diverted. Although this was not the first time Duan Lingtian had brought up the past, it was inevitable that his emotions would be affected. Humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Moreover, his beloved wife, Ker, was still trapped in the divine offering land. Yes. Feng Qingyang nodded. Although his expression was calm, Duan Lingtian could see the cold gleam in Feng Qingyang's eyes as he looked at Feng Qingyang. The cold gleam in his eyes was as sharp as a sword. Master, I didn't handle the matter in the Saint Province realm properly. I didn't expect the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven would vent her anger on my hometown when she couldn't find me, Duan Lingtian said apologetically. He had always felt guilty about what had happened in the Saint Province realm. After all, it had something to do with him. In order to save Mu Yi, he had destroyed the soul of Feng Jianshui, the daughter of the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, Situ Zhuqing. I know what happened. I can't blame you. Feng Qingyang shook his head and said, If I were you, I would have done the same. Duan Ling, Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven's blood sect disciples' bodies. A hint of killing intent flashed across Feng Qingyang's eyes as he spoke. It was as though he was going to devour Feng Qingyang alive. Situ Zhuqing, the Heavenly Emperor of the Luo River Heaven, wants to destroy a mundane realm for her own selfish desires. She treats the living beings in the mundane realms like ants that she can trample on. Feng Qingyang's voice was cold as he said, It's a pity she chose the wrong mundane realm this time. How can Situ Zhuqing touch Feng Qingyang's hometown as she pleases? Feng Qingyang and Duan Lingtian left the solitary destructive heaven through the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. During this time, Feng Qingyang brought Duan Lingtian to the transporting formation in the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven. The speed was so fast that Duan Lingtian was stunned. So this is the speed of a godly being? Duan Lingtian's heart skipped a beat when he arrived in the Luo River Heaven. Although he knew there was a huge difference between a godly being and a godly being, he finally realized how big the difference was after experiencing Feng Qingyang's speed. Moreover, his master was only a clone from the Law of Earth. The Law of Earth could be said to be the Law of Earth that was the slowest among all the laws in the world. However, Duan Lingtian was certain his master was not a godly being. Even the fastest titled celestial emperors below the godly spirit realm would not be able to match his master's speed. The heavenly palace of the Luo River Heaven is in the Luo River sect. However, I've never been to the Luo River sect. Have you been here before? After arriving in the Luo River Heaven, Feng Qingyang did not bring Duan Lingtian to the Luo River Heaven since he did not know the way. Indeed, Duan Lingtian had been to the Luo River sect before. That was the first time he came to the Luo River Heaven to look for Mu Yi. He could still remember how excited he was at that time. After all, he had gained a close friend who had survived. However, Mu Yi's condition did not improve even after he had saved her. It was impossible for her to return to the Luo River Heaven. If it weren't for me, junior sister Mu Yi wouldn't have ended up like this. Duan Lingtian could not help but sigh when he thought about Mu Yi. You don't have to blame yourself. Although you're the one who caused this, the most important thing is Yun Qinyan's choice. Not everyone is as ruthless as him. Feng Qingyang comforted Duan Lingtian. He could empathize with his only disciple's feelings. Perhaps, it was because Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang had been looking forward to meeting each other for a long time. Although they had just met, they got along very well with each other. It was as though they were master and disciple who had known each other for many years. The last time Duan Lingtian met Mu Yi was outside the Luo River sect, so he knew the way to the Luo River sect. Under Duan Lingtian's guidance, Feng Qingyang brought him to the entrance of the Luo River sect in just a blink of an eye. This time, Duan Lingtian did not linger outside the Luo River sect. Feng Qingyang led him into the Luo River sect and shouted, Situ Zhuqing, get out here! Upon hearing Feng Qingyang's words, Duan Lingtian was taken aback. He could not help but feel a sense of familiarity with Feng Qingyang's words. Duan Lingtian's style was very similar to his. Duan Lingtian thought since his master was the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven and Situ Zhuqing was the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, Duan Lingtian would first introduce himself before resorting to force. He did not expect Duan Lingtian would ask Situ Zhuqing to get out of the Luo River sect as soon as he spoke. Feng Qingyang's words caused a commotion in the Luo River sect. What? Who's that? How dare he address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name? His voice is coming from above. Are the patrolling elders and disciples blind, or are they unable to see him? How dare he address our Lord Heavenly Emperor by her name and ask her to get out of the Luo River sect? I'm afraid he's not as simple as he seems. Many elders in the Luo River sect were infuriated by Feng Qingyang's words. However, most of them remained rational. They felt someone who dared to address their sect leader, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven, by her name was not an ordinary person. Duan Lingtian either had a screw loose or possessed heaven-defying strength. Duan Lingtian would not be able to enter the Luo River sect at all. Although the high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect were wary of Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang, they braced themselves and flew into the air. More than a dozen high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect appeared before Duan Lingtian and Situ Zhuqing. Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang stood side by side as they looked at the high-ranking officials of the Luo River sect calmly. Sir, why are you looking for our Lord Heavenly Emperor? One of the titled celestial emperors from the Luo River sect asked worriedly as he looked at Duan Lingtian and Feng Qingyang. At this moment, an old man among the group of people from the Luo River sect widened his eyes in shock as he looked at Feng Qingyang. Why, you're Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the Luo River sect. You know me? Feng Qingyang looked at the old man in surprise. After all, this was his first time in the Luo River sect and the Luo River heaven. The other members of the Luo River sect were dumbfounded when they heard the old man's words. Based on his voice, it was obvious he was the one who had shouted at the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven earlier. Feng Qingyang, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven, was looking for the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Moreover, it was obvious he did not come with good intentions. Needless to say, they felt their scalps tingling. Even though they were all heavenly emperors, there were differences in strength. Before Feng Qingyang was trapped in the Azura Hell, he was already stronger than the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven. Now that Feng Qingyang's strength had improved, it was obvious the heavenly emperor of the Luo River heaven was no match for him. Lord Heavenly Emperor. The old man who recognized Feng Qingyang bowed respectfully and said, My friend is the titled celestial emperor from the heavenly palace of the Xianyuan heaven. I was fortunate enough to meet you when I visited my friend in the heavenly palace of the Xianyuan heaven. I see. Realization dawned on Feng Qingyang. Indeed, he had visited the heavenly palace of the Xianyuan heaven in the past because he was friends with Gongsun Xianyuan, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven. However, ever since he left the Azura Hell, he had never visited the heavenly palace of the Xianyuan heaven again. However, that did not mean the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven would not come to the heavenly palace of the solitary destructive heaven to look for Feng Qingyang. After all, the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven always came to look for Feng Qingyang. Now that Feng Qingyang had returned, it was his turn to visit the heavenly emperor of the Xianyuan heaven. Naturally, the heavenly emperor of the solitary destructive heaven wanted to see how Feng Qingyang was doing. He wanted to see how Feng Qingyang was doing. Even so, the heavenly emperor of 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 Thane the Past. Although Feng Qingyang was skilled in the law of earth, he could only fight to a draw with the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven by using the law of destruction. At that time, Feng Qingyang defeated the Heavenly Emperor of the solitary destructive heaven with just one of his clones. The Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan heaven? Duan Lingtian's eyes widened slightly when he heard the old man's words. If he was not mistaken, Huolao had told him that the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan heaven, Gongsun Xianyuan, was from the Yanhuang planet in the Yanhuang realm in his past life. Gongsun Xianyuan was born in the Jade Emperor heaven. His strength had skyrocketed and he had defeated a Heavenly Emperor to replace the Heavenly Emperor of the Xianyuan heaven. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.